Whoa. Happy Saturday, everybody. Royal C-Dub Gaming, thank you so much for that beautiful countdown, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate the excitement in this stream right now. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. It's Saturday. We're on day 6. Holy guacamole. That's what I like to say. Holy guacamole. It is day 6 already. We only have 2 days left to finish this crafting system. Thank you, everybody, for such a warm welcome this morning. We got Fabic in the house. We got Dramulks, MMO Pug, Royal C-Dub Gaming. Thank you all so much for being here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Royal C-Dub Gaming asks, what are you making? I haven't been here. I know we've missed you. We've missed you. Mayo's in the house. Mayo, welcome back, my friend. What are we working on? We are working on a crafting system. So there's a link. If you've missed out, if you haven't been here and you want to get caught up with what the captain's doing, because I know you do. I know you do. Deep down inside, you want to get caught up with what the captain's doing. I know you want to. I know you want to. So I've been blogging it, folks. We're on day 6, but day 1 through 5. Day 1, the Dramulk says, you missed a lot of unit testing. That's true. That's true. Day 1 and 2, we did write a lot of unit tests. We learned so much, though. We're learning, we're coding, we're learning, we're growing. So here, day 1 is where we did our design and scope, project scope. So let's look at what we got here. Our learning goals. You know me, Royal C-Dub, we got to learn. We got to learn. So here are the 3 things the goals for doing this project. The 3 learning goals I have is learn about scriptable objects in Unity. I'd been avoiding those, and it turns out I was a fool. I was such a fool to avoid the scriptable objects, and now I have the scriptable powers. I can script all the objects. All right, so we learned about scriptable objects using dynamically linked libraries in Unity. So this is super cool too. I'm super happy to have done this. I'm going to show you guys. I was fiddling around. With some library stuff outside. I'll show you Royal C-Dub Gaming. If you hang tight, we'll show you, because scriptable objects are super powerful, super cool. And then I wanted to learn more about the UI toolkit, specifically using the UI toolkit in play mode, and we started doing that the last 2 days. All right. So the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to build a version 0 of this crafting system, 7 days. All right, we're on day 6. So we got 2 days left and we're super close. The crafting box, so there's a crafting container that can be various 2D shapes. So it could be a 2D grid, but you can sort of gray out, make some of the tiles unusable. All right, so you put items in there, and if you have the right combination of items, you can combine them to make another item. So a crafting thing, it's kind of like Minecraft. My tool actually lets you, craft multiple items at the end. So you could actually put, like, say, so we made it so you need 3 wood and a rope. We'll give you a boat, and then if you put a boat, you get 2 wood back. So the wood one of the woods get destroyed, one of the ropes get destroyed. So you can sort of salvage a little bit. Dramulax, can you craft a finished game? Well, you can't get everything, Dramulax. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you can get what you need. If you try sometimes, you can get what you need. Well, we'll see if we can craft ourselves. You just gotta toss some source code. So I can make a crafting container called the compiler, and you can toss some source code there and you hit compile, and then it will give you a compilation error. That's the what it will produce. All right, but that's what we're working on. So yesterday we just started implementing. We made some icons here. So we got a log, we got a rope, and then we got a raft. Taking some spaghetti. That's right. So let me show you what a scriptable object is, Royal C-Dub. So a scriptable object is this thing here. So it's an object. It's a script where you can instantiate them in Unity. So it's a Unity specific thing. So, but if I come into my crafting thing here. All right, so I have a custom menu now called crafting. Let's say I want to create a new crafting container. I can do this. What kind of container? Let's go with metal work. Not metal work. Let's go with forge. A forge. Okay, so now I have a forge. If I look at this in the inspector, let me close this tab. In the inspector, I have a forge. I can give him a name. We'll call it a forge. I'm gonna say that this forge has a 6 columns, 6 rows, 2 columns, and then I need a crafting category. So I'm gonna go into my category and I'm gonna come in here, create a new category, and I'm gonna call this one blacksmithing. Blacksmithing. Yep, I think I spelled that right. And now my forge, I can say that this is a crafting category. Did I not make a category? Oh, I didn't. That was weird. Crafting category. Oh, I didn't. Hang on. I didn't name it here. This should be blacksmithing. Like this. And then in my forge, I can click over here and I can select blacksmithing. And so now I have a forge type defined. So this is sort of a data container. If I wanted some invalid slots in there, I could. So for example, my workbench has the corners as invalid. Now my crafting container over here, I can say, okay, well, let's use a workbench. So I have my workbench in there. If I hit run, you'll see I'll end up with, and I think I undid some code. I think I need to go back. I end up with this grid here that has these corners missing on it, but the internals like that. If I swap in my forge, I should get a 6x2, and it might look a little weird because the, yeah, so it's like I did a little bit of reversion here, but 6x2, I have 12 things here. They're just not lined up right because I did a little bit of a dumb thing on my, yeah. So there's some code I reverted to play around with some stuff off stream. So that is what a scriptable object is. It's a type that you can instantiate as an asset, and so you define it. It's a lot like a mono behavior, but you don't need a game object to have one. You do not need a game object to have one. That is one of the big, and so it's sort of lets you specify what you might call them read-only assets. It doesn't have to be read-only. You can write stuff into it, but it's memory. What would you call it? Memory-efficient assets, memory-efficient data that is preserved between scenes, and that is really, really powerful and useful. And so I'm using it as sort of a way for a user, someone who's using my crafting system, to define items and containers and recipes. Does that make sense, Royal C-Dub? Yeah, scriptable objects are super, super cool. I like them. Yesterday, all right, so yesterday, off stream, I did a little bit of refactoring. You'll notice I've removed my non-Unity crafting system from here. It's no longer here. And I've pulled that out. I've abstracted that into a separate DLL. And let me tell you why. Let me show you this. Let me show you the beauty. It's because I love the features in the new C#. I love the features in the new C#. So we had this shapeless recipe previously. There's a couple reasons. Check it out. I no longer have to do. All right, so this is one benefit. All right, let's go to my crafting category. I want to be able to use records, I like to use records. So our iCrafting category is sort of dumb. It's an interface that you just got to specify a name. Simple enough crafting category. Simple enough interface. Has a crafting category name. This might need to be better than just name, maybe something like crafting category name. Or category name is probably what it should be. All right, and then here, previously, let's see, can I go to my version history on this file? File history. It looks like I can't go back any further on this one. I can on this other one though. I'm pretty sure my shapeless recipe. Look at the shapeless recipe. All right, my shapeless recipe used to look like this. Let me get these side by side. It doesn't let me do the compare. Refactor here. My shapeless recipe can be rewritten. So all of this code can be written like this. And the colors there are a little bit hard to see through, so I apologize for that. But this shapeless recipe as a record, it produces essentially identical code to this. These function identically, which is beautiful. Totally beautiful. This one's slightly more efficient, which is exciting. And the record one, the one on the right. So I was able to reduce that code down to this, and I love that. The other thing that I found out is performance-wise, this performs and compiles so much faster as a DLL against my Unity project too. Clayman Dev says, happy Saturday, Captain. Clayman, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday. How are you on this beautiful Saturday? I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you. It's a beautiful Saturday for me. So this is exciting. So off stream, I did that a little bit. I was playing around. I was just learning some stuff about how C# works. In this project, pretty much all of these use this, so I can have a global usings to reduce my importage in these. And then also, since I have this defined here, I can make the root namespace captaincoder.crafting system, and I can leave the namespace out of all these. Just really, really focus on just the code necessary in each one of these files. So really, really reduced my coding footprint by doing this. One other thing I did that I thought, so I need to know whether or not this is clever or stupid. All right, so clever or stupid. I'm not sure if this is a code smell. So previously, let's get these, let me show you what I was doing. So I have defined this recipe interface. All right, so the recipe interface requires ingredients, results, and a category. And then I internally, inside of this, I put a nested interface called iAdapter, which happens to implement the iShapeless recipe as well. But it provides implementations for each one of these based off of a delegate. All right. So we have this adapter version. So you can implement Shapeless recipe directly, but you could also implement it using this adapter. And if you do that, you just have to specify, well, what is the delegate? Where is the delegate? What are we going to do with the delegate? And so the implementation becomes this. All right. This becomes a shapeless recipe, but it's using the adapter. And then our delegate, we just say, happens to be this, happens to be a concrete shapeless recipe, and we only instantiate it if this is null. So that's what this thing is doing. This is saying, if this value is null, instantiate it this way. Otherwise, return it. Clayman says, today is buggy day, but other than that, it's great. How about you, Captain? I'm doing fabulous, Clayman. I'm doing so good. I'm doing good. I feel great. It's a beautiful day. Got in my workout this morning. It was good. Now I'm off to Coding Land. Got to watch some Moonniz a little bit. Yeah, it's been good. Also, everyone, Royal C-Dub Gaming here is also a streamer. So we got a couple people here. C-Dub, am I doing this command right? Royal C-Dub Gaming is one of my biggest fans. Royal C-Dub Gaming, I'm one of your biggest fans. So we can be fans of each other. Royal C-Dub Gaming is an aspiring indie game developer, 3D artist, and flight simulator champion. You got to check his stream out. Check out that stream if you want to see some cool stuff. I've only caught it a couple times. Caught it twice. I want to see more. Royal C-Dub. When are you streaming next? The people want to know. Give the people what they want, my friend. All right. But yeah, so that was fun. This was a fun little endeavor on going off the, not beaten path, but going off and exploring this. I don't know if this is dumb or not. I really, really like the simplicity of it here. And it really shines. It really, really shines when we look at the crafting container interface, because the crafting container has so many more things that need to be implemented on it. But there's sort of like, really, there's just subclasses of iCrafting container. All you're really is changing the name, rows, columns. And so deep down inside, these are really these are the things that you care about, these ones here. Art, welcome back, my friend. Art says, good morning, I come with greetings from Moonniz. Awesome. Well, yeah, be sure to tell Moonniz I said hello. Moonniz is streaming as well. Moonniz doing some cool stuff over there. So if you guys get a little, I hope you don't get bored here. But if you get a little bored, go check out Moonniz. Moonniz is awesome too. But we also got here, there's so many awesome people here today. We got Clayman Dev, Epic Game developer working on Epic Hero Game. You gotta go check out Epic Hero Game. Folks, if you haven't seen it, you're missing out. You're missing out. Clayman streams Monday through Friday, almost every day, a little bit before this time, and usually during this time as well. So if you get a chance, gotta check out Clayman Dev real quick. Let's give him a full shout out. Clayman Dev, hit that heart. Oh, Art, it's too loud. Good to know. Good to know it's too loud. People were telling me it was too quiet before. So I guess apparently I cranked up. Just a second. I can adjust it. Hang on. We got to go into dark mode to get there. Hang on. All right, I think I fixed the sound effect. I had to switch into that scene to do it. I apologize. There's nothing wrong with the stream. It was me. That's my dark mode. Well, so nice to see you, Art. So nice to have you here today. That was the darkest dark mode I've ever seen. Yeah. Have you ever seen those commercials? It's like, you think you know black, and then the screen gets like darker. It's like, you don't even know real black. On these new TVs, we actually turn the pixel off, and then you get true black. These graphics will not bother your eyes at all. Exactly. So today, what's the plan? I did a little bit of stuff off stream. I had a lot of fun. Fiddling around with stuff. I extracted out all of the Unity, all of the non-Unity components into their own library. Got that built in here. The speed on them is like incredibly improved. So these DLLs, everything runs super fast because they got compiled as like release, so they don't have the debug information in them. So they're built for release. And this actually makes them they run so much faster. It's crazy. I didn't think this would be that much faster, but it's so much faster in the editor for compiling and building now. It blew my mind how much faster it was. Like it wasn't just like nanoseconds. I could actually feel the difference in the load times. It was pretty interesting. Okay, so what do I want to get done today? What are our goals? Primary goal, we want to wire up so we have a crafting system. We have the logic for a crafting system implemented. We have a semi-logic. I got to fix this again. We have semi-logic for our crafting system UI. All right, so we've learned enough about that. And so now I want to update the grid container UI to have output slots and a button, button. This is going to be like our combine button. Okay, so you have to click a button to get them to combine. So you'll put things in there and you click the button to combine them. Once we have the UI set up, it's a matter of wiring up the grid to use a recipe database to perform the combine. So actually clicking combine and dumping the items into the output slots. And then the last thing, we'll see if we get there. I don't know if we'll have enough time. Actually implement a recipe database builder. So this is a script, an editor script I want to do that actually you select a folder and it says, find all of the recipes that are inside of this folder and subfolders. So recursively find all the recipes here and build up a database for us. Because I don't want to have to drag all the databases elements into my inspector. I want to make all my recipes and just say, all right, now build them here. So those are the three things I want to get done today. I'm fairly confident I can get 1 and 2 done. Number 3, might not be able to get there today, but super excited. We got 2 days left, today and tomorrow, and then we're on to another project next week. We got boom, fast. Maybe we'll do crafting system version 2 next week. I'm not sure. This is version 0. Crafting system version 1. Don't want to skip versions. Don't skip versions, folks. Okay. So with that said, let's hop into this UI. What did I change here? To break this. So we have our grid slot. APOC, welcome back, my friend. It's so nice to see you again. APOC, SBK. How are you, APOC? Is it APOC or APOC? Is APOC okay? So nice to see you. So yeah, we added in some styling here. 8-pack. Oh yeah, 8-pack. Doing those crunches. Getting that definition. Gonna keep doing sit-ups all day till I have an 8-pack, maybe 12. Cause I'm APOC and I'm working on my abs. I want to get those abs, so I have 8 of them. Dramulks, welcome to lurk mode, my friend. Welcome to lurk mode. I'm sorry if my music, if my singing scared you away, Dramulks, I apologize. I apologize, everyone, for having to listen to that horrible singing. I apologize. 50 points to all of you. Please forgive me. Please forgive the captain. The captain sends his, deepest, sincerest apology. I'm sorry. Sorry. All right. What is lurk mode, Royal CW Games? It's just a little command there to say that you're not paying attention. Essentially, it's a nice way of saying, hey, I'm gonna put you in the background. I'm here, but I'm not really here. It's almost like, I'm doing something else, but I like having your voice in the background. And I appreciate that. Okay, so we have this row. What did I change? In our USS, it's our style sheet. Did I change it from slot container row? Is this, hang on. Let me see if I actually broke this or if my screen size is just too small. So I think what's happening here, let's run this. This should be 6 rows, 2 columns. But I think it's in 2 by 2 because it's just not big enough. I'll make this bigger. No, it's 2 rows, hang on. Why? Thought I fixed this. I really thought I fixed this. I thought I fixed you. I really thought I fixed you. I also want to make it so if you switch the crafting container, it updates the UI. That shouldn't be too hard to do. So that way I don't have to keep clicking run here. I did the loom. This should have 4, the loom should be 4 rows, 3 columns. Why do I have, those are, okay, I know what's going on. There's enough space in here. Yeah, there's enough space in those rows. Okay, so I need to make I wonder if I can do that. I want to make each row be what's called inline or block. So it takes the whole thing. Klaxon 42, welcome aboard. Klaxon, so nice to see you, my friend. Anyone doesn't know, I need to add a shout out command for Klaxon here. Klaxon, folks. Klaxon. Fabulous streamer. You gotta go check him out real quick. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. Right now, we got a very special person, Klaxon 42. Amazing artist making this awesome isometric adventure game that looks fabulous. Gotta click this heart. See this little heart here? If it's not green, that means you're not giving Klaxon the love that Klaxon deserves. Gotta click it. Don't break that heart. Give Klaxon some love, folks. Love him. Love. Hey. You in the back. Pay attention. Click that little heart. Give it some love. Klaxon, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. Happy Saturday to you. We are implementing a crafting system. If you haven't been here, we got a little bit of a blog if you want to get caught up. So we have 2 days left, 7 days, crafting system in 7 days. That's the goal. Someone asked and someone recommended, hey, can we make a crafting system on stream? I was like, sure, let's see if we can do it. 7 days. And so, that's what we're doing. Our learning goals These are our learning goals. Learn about scriptable objects. I'd never used scriptable objects before this. I'd been scared of them. People told me, be fearful of the scriptable object. Be fearful, my friend. Don't be afraid of scriptable objects. Yes, just got to understand them a little bit better. So I've learned a little bit more about them using dynamically linked libraries in Unity and then using the UI toolkit. So those are the 3 learning goals for this project for this week. And our goal is to make a crafting system. So right now, I'm trying to get the UI. So this is supposed to be 4 rows and 3 columns, but you'll notice my rows sort of be slapping themselves together in here. And this is related to the following. I don't know how familiar you are with CSS, but if we go into my crafting container UI, I'm looping through my rows and columns on my crafting container. And every time I see a row, I create a row, I add it in here. Klaxon says UI toolkit is rough. I'm sticking with the old UI system. I'm actually really enjoying it, but this might just be because I don't know. I really like it. Let me say I really like it. I think it's fantastic so far. Yeah, Klaxon. Let me make you a VIP. Feel free to post some links to your stuff, Klaxon, because it's awesome. It looks great. Yeah, if you have some links, please do share. So our grid row flexes this way and then display block. So if this is following CSS styles, block should say take up the whole space there. So let's see what that does. Ooh, can either flex or none. Okay, so in this case, can I change it to width 100%? I want it to take up the whole width. Okay, so width 100 did it. So now it takes up the whole width here. Klaxon says, it's an isometric, cute, non-violent game. Working on it for several years now. It's very cute. The art style is really one of my favorite art styles that I've seen. Seriously. Can I instead, so I want to width 100. What I really want, is for, I want it to be centered. I do margin. Let's see if we can look here. Here's the Steam page. Let's check it out. I didn't know there was a Steam page. I think I kind of knew. There's a demo you can look at, but look at this. Look at this art style here. Super cute isometric game. I really love this font. Did you make this font, Klaxon, or did you find this font somewhere? I love the lighting effect there. This is just, yeah. I'm pretty excited about this style of game. It looks really nice. The art style just is so, I love it. My MMO says, it's a very peaceful and relaxing environment with all the butterflies and birds moving around. Klaxon says, I made a font from my nephew's handwriting 7 years ago. That's awesome. Add it to your wish list, folks. Add it to that wish list. Add it to your wish list, folks. Add it to your wish list, because you're going to want to know when it's ready to go. I'm wondering if, and I'm fairly certain that this exists, UI Toolkit Debugger. All right, we're going to try the debugger. I've never used this, but I would like to be able to play around with stylings here. Select a panel. Pick element. Ooh, here we go. So we can debug this. This is just, oh, this is cool. I like this. They must be using, I wonder if they're using Chromium's, the open source version of Chrome, to do this, because this looks like the Chrome debugger, or they're just mimicking it. All right, so our slot container. So this is gonna let me see, play around with the styling, I think. Picking mode, focusable. Can I add styles directly in here while I'm doing it? UXML dump. So this is a curiosity. Lo-Fi Craft says, "Hey, Lo-Fi Craft, welcome back. So nice to see you. How is your game coming along?" Lo-Fi Craft is making a game in Roblox. Is that right? It's like a GTA style game. Is that correct? Any progress? Any progress on it? I'm really curious if this will let me change. I can change the classes, but can I add a style directly here? Element styles name, debug, picking debug. Lokai Craft says, I'm right now working a phone menu. Interesting. So when you say a phone menu, that's in the game, a menu for using a phone, or you're making a menu for mobile, like on a phone? Oh, I just spilled a little coffee. Gotta wipe it up. Give me a moment, folks. Bear with me. Grab your beer and bear with me. Unity Coder made a really, really cool meme that I need to add to the stream. I just haven't had a chance to do it. This is brilliant. Unity Coder made this. I want to get this as whenever the bear with me screen. No, that was hilarious. Grid row. Can I modify this style? I want to know. Can I modify you? Let's find out. Let's do display. None. Does that? It does. Oh, cool. So I don't have to exit play mode to modify this. I think it's yeah. Cool. Or not so cool. Maybe not. Did that just break everything? I was really excited about that, and that did not act as I expected it to. Okay, so in this case, flex row like this, I had set width to 100%. Yeah, that's sad. Maybe the hot recompile is something I could use. Dramulx, you posted the link to the hot recompile on the, if you happen to be around. All right. Gordienko Games, welcome back, my friend. It's so nice to see you again. Gordienko, happy Saturday. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? I hope it's beautiful wherever you happen to be. It's beautiful here. Absolutely gorgeous day. Okay, so then my content, could I align my content? Show layout. Ooh, there's a secret hidden thing there. In this case, I wish there was a way to add flex direction column, no, flex direction row, and I would like to add in, it's kind of cool that you can do this. Can I do REMs? REM. No, it looks like you have to do it pixels. Okay. Can I do content align center? Let's go look at USS document. USS content alignment center. Common properties. Center. Align content. Let's try align content. Align content center. Low-Farcus, you didn't read my last thing. Low-Farcus, yes, for in-game for the taxi job and transfer cash and stuff. Awesome. So sorry I missed it. Thank you for the reminder. In-game for the taxi. Yeah, so Lo-Fi Craft doing a phone menu. If you got anything to share, please do so on the Discord. I'd love to check it out. But if you're not ready to share yet, also no pressure. No pressure. Okay, so my grid row. Align content auto. This doesn't seem to do what I'm expecting. I would like, can I just modify I want to be able to modify this directly. Flex direction row, align content center. I want the elements inside to be centered. Royal C-Dub, welcome to lurk mode. Align items, perhaps? Align items center. All right, let's try that. Do wish, and I could just not know how to do it, and I should read about it. Okay. USS debug live during play. Debugging styles. In the canvas, you can styles for elements in the matching styles in the inspector. In the canvas of the UI builder, select the elements in the inspector window, expand style sheet matching. The matching selector is displayed. The UI toolkit debugger. In the viewport, you can select in the canvas all child elements of the visual elements. I would like to be able to modify it at runtime in the debugger. In the canvas of the UI builder, select the element that you want to debug. Okay. The UI toolkit debugger window displays following the child all USS detailed information each one. But I can't modify it. Yeah, so that's interesting. Be right back. That's good to know. Good to know. With 100%. So what could I do? I have an idea. My grid row. Okay, so my grid row has, I want to override. Can I override? Public override add void add, because it's the add on this visual element. Let's see, add. I can't override it, but okay, so I'm kind of thinking my grid row can be sort of like a container. It has a row, and then there's inside of it, there's like another little inner container. So let me try something here. So grid row has an inner public class grid row inner is another visual element. And this is gonna be when you construct it, grid row inner. This is gonna be the thing that's inside grid row inner, and you want to add things to the inner part of the grid, and so this will have an add new grid. I gotta make a reference to it. Private grid row inner equals new grid row inner. Make this public. Let's do this. Inner get like that. And when this thing gets constructed, we add inner to it. And then ideally you add things into that one. So in our grid slot, no, when we're constructing this in our crafting container, we build a grid row, and we add, rather than add things direct to the row, we add them to the inner of that. Let's see if that works. Munglo, thank you for the raid. Whoa. Munglo, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy Saturday. How the heck was your stream? Welcome, raiders. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. I am so glad that you are here today. I'm so excited. You know why I'm excited? Because We are working on a crafting system, folks. I'd love to show it out, but first, anybody, everybody, anybody and everybody, Munglo, this is the first time I've seen you, but I'm looking forward to seeing your stream. Real quick, everybody, all lurkers, come to the chat. You see this purple heart here? If you're not following Munglo, click that heart. Look, I'm following Munglo, so should you. Munglo, thank you so much for the love. Getting that love back. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Love to know how, come on, why can't I move this now? I'd love to know how you're streaming. Munglo, thank you for the follow. Munglo, welcome to the crew. You are now part of Captain Coder's Academy, and I'd like to welcome you to the crew. Munglo, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. So happy that you are here today. So happy to see you. What are we working on? First off, tell us how your stream was. But let me tell you what we're working on. We're on day 7 here. Oh no, day 6. Day 6 of 7. We're implementing a crafting system. Someone on my Discord said, "Hey Captain, could we implement a project?" So I do a new project every 1 to 2 weeks. We're trying to do this one in 1 week. I try to do them 1 week. Usually that doesn't happen, but I think I did a decent scoping on this one. But I have a little blog in case people missed the first 5 days, which I'm assuming, you know, since a lot of you are new here, you may have missed the first 5 days. Munglo says, I had a list of forgotten things that I need to go over, VSync settings, max frame rates, and other things that was missing. So pretty productive stream. Oh, good, nice. Productive stream. You know what, Munglo? For having such a productive stream, 50 points to you. It's not the least I could do, but it's almost the least I could do. You know, I typed a couple characters. It didn't cost me much to do that. You've done so much for more than I've done for you. But we are learning and growing in Unity as a crew together. I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science. Lowfire says best handwriting. Yeah. So if you're not fluent in check scratch, this should say check and scratch. If you're not fluent in bad typing either, here's what we did. Learning about scriptable objects, using DLLs in Unity, and UI toolkit and during play mode. So we've learned about all of these things on this project, which is really cool. But the ultimate goal is to build a crafting system. So we have the logic of the crafting system written. We did that in a separate library, like independent of Unity. We built a crafting system. Captain Coldgate asks, what's a DLL? That is a dynamically linked library. So when you compile your code, it gets compiled into a DLL. This is reusable binary code that can be byte codes, I should say. It's not quite binary. Reusable, it is binary. Everything on a computer is binary. It's reusable code. It's reusable code that can be dropped into other programs. So, great question. So I have a separate C# project here that is independent of Unity system. And so this actually implements the logic for my crafting system in C#. All right. And so when I build this, it creates a dynamically linked library that I can then drop into Unity. All right. So I have a folder here called libs. I have my CaptainCoder.core DLL. I have my Captain Coder crafting system. And now my code in Unity can reference it, and I don't have to write that. I don't have to be limited by the version of C# that Unity has. I am limited by .NET Standard 2.1, but I'm also able to take that code and drop it into any project. So my idea is I'm trying to create a crafting system that is reusable, and I can drop it into other projects. I hope that answered your question, Captain Colgate. Lo-Fi Crafts, one question to all in the chat are someone who German. I don't quite understand the question. I think you're asking one question to everyone in chat. Is there anyone who is German? Is that what your question was? Is there anybody who's German? I'm not German. Captain Colgate says yes. Very good explanation. I'm glad to have helped. Sir Black Soul says me. Sir Black Soul, are you German? That's fantastic. Fantastic. It's so cool streaming because I get to meet people from all over the world. That's super, super awesome. That said, Lo-Fi Craft, I don't speak German and I can't read German. So if you do post anything in German, be sure to also include it in English as well. Just because I don't want anything, anything that I can't understand in the chat. Okay. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand this. So I want to. Yeah. So here's what I was doing. My crafting box right now not displaying properly currently. So I'm going through and trying to get this formatted a little bit nicer. And so the way I'm planning to do it is I want it to be centered. So I have my grid row. And so my grid row is gonna look like this, and this is gonna be a grid row inner. And so in my USS here, my USS, I have my grid row, I have a grid row. Royal C-Dub, welcome back. It's so nice to see you again. Welcome back. How was your lurk? How was your work? Lurk, not work. How was your lurk? All right, so this one's the inner is gonna have a flex direction row. Align center, and I think I can do margin left auto, margin right auto. Can I do that? In HTML, this would center it. Let's see. There we go. I was trying to get this centered like this, folks. So that was the way I've done that. So if I created a row that takes up the whole thing, and I have a grid row inner, and then my slots are inside of this little container here. This container says, make your margin as big as possible on the left and right, and this causes it to be centered. There's a little bit of something I want to do to make it resize. So one of the challenges I think here, so let's try a different, I didn't mean to close that, but that's okay. Let's see if I were to change my, container here, rather than using the loom, let's switch it to the forge. So the forge should be 6 tall and 2 wide. And so let's look at that. Lost Side Dead says, hi, how are you doing, guys? I'm doing fabulous, Lost Side Dead. I'm doing fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. So nice to have you here. How are you, Lost Side? So nice to see you again. Royal C-Dub says, good, got some work on game done. I'm using Unreal Engine. Ooh, cool. I've been, it's on my list of my never-ending list of things I want to do is check out. I really want to learn all the things, not enough, but I'm really curious if I could hop into Unreal and learn some stuff about it. Maybe this summer we will. I'm not sure at this point. Yeah, so we have that. One thing I would like to do is I want this. Okay, we're gonna move forward here for a moment. One thing that's going to be important for me, Revere says, morning. Revere, good morning, my friend. Happy Saturday. How the heck are you, Revere? It's so nice to see you. Go with my workbench. All right. Fresh coffee time. Ooh, you got yourself some fresh old bean water. Good to hear it. So here is my crafting container. What I would like to do is beneath it, I would like to have, what do we think? Do you want beneath or to the side? Beneath or to the side will be what our, where our outputs will be. Maybe it'll be on the side. So I'll have like a sort of arrow going to the right that will show my outputs. Revere says, got a lot of art progress last night. Awesome. That's fantastic. For anyone who doesn't know, Revere. Oh, wrong. Hang on, let me try harder. Revere is a real game developer. Captain Coder's not a real game developer. Captain Coder's just a programmer who happens to be learning about Unity. But Revere, now Revere's a real game developer. You gotta give him some love, folks. Give him some. Where'd my remote go? My camera's all crazy. Zoom out a little bit. Maybe that'll keep my face in there. Making a space trucking game. It's a parody of Star Citizen. It's fantastic. You gotta go check out that stream. Give Revere some love, folks. Give Revere some love, folks. Lo-Fi Crafts asking, what is your DC name? Oh, you're asking Sir Black Soul. Sir Black Soul. Okay. So I'm gonna I would like to put another container over here, which is gonna be the output slots. And so to do this, let me go back to my UI Toolkit debugger. Okay. Pick element. So right now, I have like this one big container with my grid row. I need to put another element off to the side to contain a sort of output slot. Okay, so I have these grid slots here, and then I need sort of an output slot to the right side of it. And I'm gonna put a button down on the bottom, I think, that says combine. And combine will fill up those slots. Alternatively, I could have a combine button, and then the combine button turns into the slots, but that feels like a lot of work. So yeah, I think what I want to do, let's open this up in our inspector, our UI inspector here. I'm just gonna make it so there's 4 slots for it right now. This is our style sheet. This is the editor here. All right, so my idea is that our container so we have our container, we have our grid, but instead of and then we have our slot container. So this, I'm gonna rename this, I think, maybe slot renaming, that's wrong, but I'm gonna put another visual element to the right side of this. So this will be a visual element. It's gonna sit next to this thing. And so the grid here goes top to bottom. Oh, I have to actually do the following. I'll put this in here, and then this slot container is nested inside of that. And then inside of this, so this is gonna be our, I don't know what I'm gonna call it just yet, but inside of that is gonna be one more. This thing is gonna flex direction left and right, so we have it this way. Okay, so we'll have our grid on the left, we'll have this one on the right. So this one's gonna be our output, combine output. And then this will have a grids going up and down. The flex size of this, I don't think I want this to flex. Can I make this flex and shrink 0? Can I give it a minimum width? So the minimum width, let's try 128 pixels. Oh, that's the max, 128 pixels. 128. Okay, so the idea is my grid will be here, and then my output will be here. So this is my combined output. Lo-Fi Craft says, Lo-Fi Craft is asking for the Discord of Sir Black Soul. And then Revere says, how does instantiating work for child elements in grid in the new system? Do we just add it with a new reference to the template? Munglo says, this tool, I ended up just doing it all in the code instead. Sir Black Souls didn't join yet, not super active on Discord. Yeah, so I think, so I'm just learning this tool. So over here, I think this would be good for just getting your generic layout, and then I'm gonna add things dynamically. So this slot container here is where I end up adding my grid. So let me show you the code for that, Revere. So let me close that. I should have combined it into this here. So when I run it now, it's gonna have some space over here. So in my code for my UI controller, I loop over my rows and columns. I create a grid row, and then my grid row, I add the containers. So my grid row is just sort of like a container that I can combine here. So the container, the grid row takes up the whole space, and then the inner thing centers it onto it. Ragnus says, tried to follow along from rewatching day 1. I got confused. Ragnus, if you get confused, don't worry. You can always post in the Discord, and I'll do my best to answer you. Revere says, do we just add it with the reference to the template? Yes. So in the crafting controller, I use this to get access to it. All right. So in the inspector here, I specify, hey, this thing should use this asset as the visual tree. So I just say, oh, this is the visual tree to use. And then in the source code, I'm able to get the root visual element and query by the names in this way. I hope that makes sense. And I'm so sorry if I missed some chat stuff. But I'm happy to talk you through it. Mungla says, Sir Black Soul, it is the new UI elements. Is the UI builder new in Unity or is it third party? So in 2022, it's built in. I don't remember in 2021. I did use it a little bit in 2021, but I'm not 100% sure if that's true. All right. I hope that answers. If I missed a question, do not hesitate to ask again. It gets a little bit hectic sometime in the chat. I like it. It's fun. All right. Let's take a look here. What are we? Oh, yes. So I want to add my grid over here on the side. So I'm going to add 4 things, 4 grid slots. And I might need to make these called, rather than being grid slots, they may need to be, because these grid slots are sort of intertwined with the crafting container UI right now. So like when you move them and drop them, it does weird stuff. So we might need to do something special. We're gonna see though. So our crafting container controller, we want to find this thing, which is our combine output. Okay, so here we're gonna query it. And this is getting a little bit long and gnarly, so I'll probably end up refactoring it. This code is mostly from the tutorial I was using. But let's see if we can do this here. So we're gonna build that grid. So I'm gonna actually do that now. Private void build container grid. And we're gonna move this whole thing in here. It's gonna be build container grid. So that'll build the container grid up. And then I'm gonna do build output grid. And output grid is gonna just put 4 of those. Private void build output grid. And in this case, I'm just gonna do 4 int I equals 0, I less than 4, I plus plus. And we're just gonna add 4 grid slots, output slot. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to make a new class for this because it's gonna work a little bit differently. But for now, I'm gonna do it this way and then we'll refactor it when we get there. And so we loop through, we're gonna make 4 of those and we have to add them to, and we're gonna go pull it out here. This should be our mroot.queue. And we're gonna queue, this is query for a visual element, and the visual element we're querying for is called, I think it's called combine output. But let's take a look here. Let's get our, come on, Unity. Come on, Unity. I didn't mean to combine output. Yes. Art asks, oh, is that a picture from one of your hikes on your desktop? No, this is just the default Windows background, or one. It's either the default or one of the default ones. I do not remember setting it, but you might find other people with the identical background. This is just a, yeah, this is like a default window. One of the backgrounds that come with Windows. If you have dark mode on, I think this might be the one it selects for you. So no, nothing too special. Come here, we got combine output. That's right, Art. That's right, Art. Today's stream is brought to you by the letter I. I is for ITC Studios, an amazing indie game developer, pixel artist, currently working on a 2D action adventure game RPG called Anomaly. All right. Look at that art. Look at that pixel art there. Ooh, fancy. Yes. Let's give ITC a little bit of a shout out here. ITC Studios. Oh, come on. ITC Studio. Oh, I can't tab complete because ITC Studios isn't here. go ahead and give ITC Studios a follow if you will. One of my favorite streamers. Go check her out. Awesome stuff happening over there. All right, so in this case, we're gonna do our output, combine output. And this is gonna be our var combine output like this, and then we'll just do combine output.add output slot. And these are gonna have to work a little bit differently, I think. But let's go rebuild this. Sir Blackso says, oh my goodness, I just learned Windows has a dark mode. Yeah, so there's like a system setting you can turn on, and it makes, if you're in dark mode on Windows, other programs will use it as like your system preference. So there's our output there. All right, I don't entirely like that, so we're gonna adjust that out a little bit. I think we want to add in a styling on it. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go ahead and stop this. Windows, UI Builder, let's open up this. Can I combine these together? Yes, I can. Okay, so we have our debugger, we have our kit there like this. We'll have them together. On this thing here, let's give it some adding on the right. So our flex direction's down, margin and padding, margin right. Let's just give it a full 10 pixels all the way around, 10 pixels all the way around, like that. So I have a little bit of space over there. Let's see if that looks any better. Oh, I didn't hit save. Art says, right, the sunny outdoors are beckoning me. The weather this week has been fabulous. Well, enjoy the outdoors, folks, if you have not. Also, Art is also a fabulous game developer and streamer, creating the Warlock's Gauntlets, a swords and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash, looking awesome. I'm so excited to see it. If we can give you a real shout out as well, Art, or for timeouts in it. And we'll give Art a little bit of love as well. Art, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. I'm very excited to play your demo. Coming to a Steam page near you. Coming to a Steam page near you. Looking forward to it. Okay, so I think this will work. One thing that would be interesting is I'm wondering if we can somehow get it so the user can like dynamically resize this, but I'm not gonna worry too much about it. There we go. That's a little bit better. Feels a little bit off, but I'm not too worried about it. So our items are gonna appear in here, and let's add a combine button. Maybe the combine button should go here? What do people think? As far as where combine will be. I'm gonna put a big combine button at the bottom, I think. Yes. Okay, so that means, so we have this element here, we have these inside. We're gonna add one more visual element to this to be our button, and maybe not a visual element, but in this case we can add a button here. Not a text field, a button, like that. So we'll have a button down at the bottom, and the button should say combine. Can we make it not flex instead, so it's width and height's probably set to 100. Let's change the font on this to be 24 pixels, button. Okay, and the text on this button is going to be combine. And then the button, we'll call this combine button. Okay, then we should be able to go access it. And so when someone clicks it, there will be a little combine. Maybe we can make a well, right now the text is, this whole thing is pretty looks pretty horrific. But we can register the button by getting it out this way. So we can say, after we've built this with mroot.q button, and we say combine button. So now we have a reference to it in our code. So var button, combine button. And then when we actually click combine, we got to do something with it. But we can do combine dot pressed clicked. We could do this just so you can see it. Debug dot log combine. Okay, so debug dot log combine, just to see that, hey, we can click this stuff and do a thing. And get it to respond, and then we got to wire up that logic. That's sort of the next thing that we're gonna try and do. Move this, come on, to the side a little bit. So when I click combine, it triggers that off. So really, I actually find this way of building up the UI very, very intuitive as a person who has done web development stuff in the past. So it's, in my opinion, quite intuitive. If you haven't done web development in the past, if you've only done using the previous Canvas system, this might feel quite confusing and annoying to use. I am finding it to be very, 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 very intuitive. And being able to set up your basic div structure. So this, I'd call this our divider structure. In this tool has been really, really convenient. And you can make your own library assets to drag and drop in here. So that's another thing I really like. So I'm going to say that, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I really like the UI toolkit. It makes me quite happy. Can I add in, I bet I could even make it like opaque. So add in an alpha to the whole thing, and that would be cool. So next, did we finish a goal here? Update grid here to have output slots and combine button. We did it, folks. I actually finished a goal pretty quick. I wasn't sure how long that was gonna take. It doesn't look incredible, but it doesn't look awful. I'm gonna add in a little bonus down here. This is gonna be my bonus number 2. Bonus, make UI much nicer. So the UI is not so nice right now, but being here to witness this moment, folks, being here to witness this beautiful, beautiful moment, where we've added our UI here. You know what you get for being here with me today? You get 50 points. You get 50 points. Thank you so much for being here to witness this magical moment. All 25 of you. Wow. Can't believe there's 25 people here with me. Thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. Yeah, that's right, Royal C-Dub. Points, all the points. All right, folks, we've been going for about an hour and 15 minutes. Before I start on this next one, I'm gonna go ahead and get more coffee. I have a little bit of coffee here, so I haven't quite finished all my bean water up, but I'm gonna fill up my bean water, get myself some more regular water, hydrate a little bit. We're gonna come back, do some stretches, and we're gonna see if we can wire up our grid to use the recipe database and actually get some logic working here. I'm super excited to check it out. While I'm doing that, folks, don't forget, our very own Royal C-Dub Gaming's also a streamer. Give him some love, folks. And I shall return. When we come back, we're gonna do some stretching. Get your mom on the phone, get your dad in the room, get your goldfish, get your dog, maybe you have a pet bear, get that polar bear in here. We're gonna do some stretchage when I get back. So stay tuned, find something to hang on to, and I shall be back momentarily. So sorry to keep you all waiting. Well, I'm back. The captain's back, as promised. As promised, I got myself this delicious cup of Don Francisco's butterscotch toffee coffee. Delicious, delicious. A little too hot to drink right now. A little too hot to drink, so we got to do something in the meantime. So we're gonna take care of our bodies, folks. Everyone, get on up with me. Get on up. If you're like me, you live a semi-sedentary lifestyle, maybe a fully sedentary lifestyle. Maybe you don't get out much. Maybe you're hunched over your computer all day, doing damage to your back, to your shoulders, to your hips, to your feet, to your bottom, to your bitty bottom. We gotta get on up. We'll get that blood flowing. We're gonna do some stretches, folks. We're gonna start with my favorite stretch. Let's do a forearm stretch. Forearm stretch here. So we're gonna take our fingertips. We're gonna straighten that arm out. Don't lock at the elbow. You wanna keep that elbow not unlocked. If you lock the elbow, you cut off the blood flow. We want the blood flowing, folks. Take those fingertips, pull them back gently. Gently pull them back until you feel the tension in the forearm here. Oh yeah. Oh, that's good. We're gonna hold this for 25 seconds. If it hurts, you're pulling too hard, just a little bit of tension. Just a little bit of tension to get that muscle stretch in, get a little bit in there. And as you get better at these, as you do these more, you'll be able to pull it back a little bit more. Look, even I'm not, I do this almost every day, and that's about as far as I can go. All right, another 5 seconds here, folks. And then we're gonna do the anti-stretch. Go the opposite direction. All right. Go ahead and release. Roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. Fingertips down. Go ahead and pull downwards now. You're gonna feel that stretch across the top. You don't want to have any pain in the wrist, so be careful. If you feel any pain in the wrist, don't pull so you feel pain. You don't want any pain at all. Just pull gently down until you get it, until you get a little bit across the top here. You shouldn't feel it in the wrist there. Oh yeah. Taking care of your body, it's so good. The captain loves you, so you should love you. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. If you love your body, should give your body some love by doing some stretches with the captain and the crew, folks. Get those stretches. Get that stretchage in. Oh yeah. Doesn't it feel lovely? Doesn't it feel wonderful? I think so. All right. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. We're gonna switch hands here. Switch sides. We're gonna stretch out that forearm. Same thing. Fingertips up. Arms straight, not locked. Don't lock the elbow and pull on back. Oh, this is so great. So I have carpal tunnel on my right side here, and that's from repeated stress injury from using my keyboard and mouse incorrectly for so many years. This is gonna help you prevent that type of damage to your body. So you just gotta take care of yourself. So thank you for joining me in this. Hold this for another 5 seconds, folks. Then we're gonna pull down in the other direction. Oh yeah. Go ahead and roll it out. Roll it out. Roll it out. And we're gonna go the other way. Fingertips down. Go ahead and pull down. Pull in toward yourself, maybe a little bit. No pain. Should be no pain. Should only feel a little bit of tension there on the top of your arm. Doesn't that feel lovely? Doesn't that feel great? I'm proud of you. You know who's proud of you? The captain's proud of you for taking care of your body, folks. For being here to learn and grow and code and just have a good time, smiling, laughing. It's good stuff. We're gonna hold this another 10 seconds, folks. Then we're gonna roll it out, and we're gonna do some shoulder rolls. You know I love me some shoulder rolls. It's one of my favorites. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Oh yeah. Maybe shake it out a little bit. Do some shoulder rolls next, folks. Take those shoulders. We're gonna go back 4 times. Back, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Shake it out. Hit my light up there. My arms are a little bit too high for me. I've never done that before. That spooked me. It spooked me. You ever get spooked like that? All right. Last stretch, and we're gonna get back to it. Arms up at their side. You're just gonna rotate back and forth, nice and gentle. You don't want to go fast because you won't end up pulling something, but you could. You risk pulling something, hurting yourself a little bit. ITC says, ooh, I've joined the stream mid-stretch. Yeah, gotta get some stretchings in with us, Woomy. ITC Studios, everybody. If you see, we'll get there in a minute. We got a surprise for you, ITC. We got a little surprise for you. We were talking about you. We were talking about you because we love you. Everybody, we got a very important person here. Oh yeah, doesn't that feel good? All right, shake it out. Shake it out. All right, everybody. For joining me in those stretches. I know you did. I know you did. 50 points to all of you. Thank you so much for being here to stretch with me, taking care of that body. You're doing the right thing, taking care of yourself. It's so good for you. But did you know today's stream is brought to us by the letter I? I is for ITC Studios, folks. ITC Studios is an amazing indie game developer, pixel artist extraordinaire. She's currently working on a 2D adventure game, Anomaly. That pixel art you just saw on the screen, that's done by ITC Studios. Go check him out. Go check him out. Beautiful stuff. Gotta check him out. Hit that little heart button. Hit it. If you're not falling. If you're not falling.
Whoa.
That's right, Mr. Natural. Whoa. That's right. Whoa. So ITC, thank you so much for being here. If you're just lurking, that's fine. You know, just cleaning my room, so I mean, maybe that counts. It does count. It does count. You know, I work out while I watch streams. I make lunch, I eat lunch. It's just nice to see how other people are doing, seeing what they're up to. I know there are many places for you to lurk on Twitch, and so Captain Coder's Academy appreciates you choosing to lurk here. So let's hop back into it. What do we want to get done today? We just took our grid. We just updated our grid to work a little bit better. I just says, yes, I agree. How is the crafting system coming along? It's coming along beautiful, Woomy. It's coming along beautifully. So we have our UI. It's not the most beautiful of UIs, but that's not the point. So we can specify our grids. Let me make this a little bigger. We have a little combine button that says combine. And then this is where the output, when you combine things, if it produces something, those will show up in these slots. That's the goal. So we have our little definition here. We set it up so we can have different types of crafting containers. So for example, that is our workbench. If we go to our loom, so you saw that configure, our loom has a slightly different configuration. So the loom looks like this. So the loom, you can't use those slots. It's just, I don't know, that seems silly. But the loom looks like this. And so we have, you can define those using scriptable objects and just whichever one you want. So our forge looks, our forge looks like this. Our forge is a little bit too big, a little bit too tall. So we got to figure out what to do with that. Myosame, 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 thank you for the follow. Myosame, I'd like to welcome you. Myosame, Myosame, welcome to the crew. Myosame, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Captain Coder is me, and me is Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science to kids at a school ages 10 to 14. If at any point you have any questions, program related or otherwise, feel free to ask. Do not hesitate. If you're like, I want to know, hey, Captain, how did you get your hair to look that way? I don't know. I'll try and answer your question. Just keep them family friendly. We want a happy, family friendly environment here. I want mom and dad and little Jimmy and Sally to sit down and watch Captain Coder say, I want to learn to code. So if you have a question, you don't hesitate to ask. We're here to learn and code and grow together. And as you may or may not be aware, backseat coding is highly encouraged. So if you have ideas, bring them on. I can't promise I will always use them, but don't hesitate to ask, or that's how we get better. That's how we learn things. So welcome aboard. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. Okay. So that's where we're at. And if you're curious what we're doing, we're making a crafting system. I've been blogging about it. We try and do a new project every week, every 2 weeks. It's mostly been every 2 weeks, but this one we might actually get done in a week. We're on day 6 here of building a crafting system. Someone on the Discord asked, hey, can we do a crafting system? I said, sure, that seems like a good idea. That seems like a fun project. So that's what we're doing. But yeah, so happy to have you here. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? All right, so we want to wire this up. To get it to be wired up, we actually need to have a reference. I don't need that. I don't need that. Get out of here. To actually wire this up, our container controller should actually have, okay, so it does have a container. Ooh, that's cool. It does have a container. It does have a database. This is amazing. So as we add things in, okay, so our crafting container, yeah, we already have a lot of this logic in here. So when we click combine, we're gonna do attempt combine. We're gonna create a method down here to attempt combine. So private void attempt combine. And we have a crafting container. And so we can actually we can get all the things in it. So this is our positions. All right, so we have this interface. Positions returns us a list of, the item data. So we can do .select, and this is a 2-piece thing. So the first, so this is our position. Oh, I need to reset that break timer. Reset break. Thank you, Captain Bot. This is we're gonna ignore this first argument, I think. Var, and then the second argument is an item data, D. Let me just pull up the second one. Well, let me just do this. It won't. So this needs to be a position, like this, but it's a captain coder dot core dot position. Select the type arguments. Woosa says, hey yo, Royal C Dub, welcome to lurk mode, my friend. Woosa, it's so nice to see you again. Welcome back. So happy to have you in the crew today. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? Wherever you happen to be in the world, I hope it's a beautiful day for you. It's a beautiful day here. It's a beautiful day here. So good morning to you, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Lo-Fi Crest says, I'm back. Guess who's back? Lo-Fi's back. Lo-Fi's back. Lo-Fi's back. Lo-Fi's back again. Why doesn't this one work? I think, do I have to say pair here? Pair. Do pair.d. 1 second. I just do pair and pair dot item 2. That's really what I want. So this is just going to get all the items that are in our container. So this is an IEnumerable of type item data. These are our items like this. Lo-Fi Craft says it's the afternoon for me. Gotcha. Musa says not bad, but I'm sick with a cold. Ooh, that sounds unpleasant, my friend. I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon, but I'm glad it's not too bad. I'm glad it's not too bad. Ike says I'll be lurking for now, working on some pixel art. Ooh, woo me. Woo me. I'm so excited to see some pixel art from you. That pixel art, it's so tasty. You have some of the tastiest pixel art I've ever seen, my friend. And you know, that's saying a lot, because you usually don't taste things you see, but when I see your pixel art, ooh, does it taste good. Tastes good to those eye sockets. All right, so these are our items. And then what I can do is I have my items, I have my database. And in my database, should have, there we go. Oh, I need a recipe database. That's the thing I'm missing here. I have a database, but not a recipe database. Musa says it tastes squared. What does a square taste like? Look, I think I will play Need for Speed on PS4. Ooh, which Need for Speed are you playing? Need for Speed. I have a couple different ones. I forget all the ones I have, but What is the name of the one that I played most recently? Need for Speed. Awesome games. I like me some racing games for sure. So we're gonna need a database here. So for now, I'm just gonna create a private, or do I add it to, hang on, item database. I'm gonna cheat a little bit here. I'm gonna put a public recipe database of type item data here. And this, we're gonna call this recipe database. And we'll do a get private set, and we'll do awake, feels like the right time to do it, but we'll do a void awake recipe database equals a new recipe database, and we're going to add all of our items to it. So we're going to create a couple recipes here. We should already have that. So we should have a field, serialized field. Let's make this one private. Maybe we can make it public. Public lists. So we got to use using system.collections.generic. So we get the list here. This list is going to be of all of our recipe datas, game recipe data. All right, recipes. Get private set. So like this, and then when we instantiate this, when this thing wakes up, we're gonna give it the recipes like this. Okay, so when this thing wakes up, it should have that. So we should be able to go add some recipes to it, and we have some defined already. So one of my goals later is to potentially make this thing dynamically be able to find all the recipes in the game. So if we come down to my recipes here, recipes, where's my recipe database? Recipes, boat recipe. Don't I have a recipe database somewhere? Database, item database. It's in items database. Gotcha. Okay, so we'll add a recipe to this. And the recipe we're gonna add in the boat recipe. Like this. The normal Need for Speed, well, but there's several different Need for Speed games. So like there's Need for Speed PS4. There's at least 2 different Need for Speed PS4 games. I have 2. Heat, Need for Speed Heat, and then the other one is like, what is it? Need for Speed Heat, Hot Pursuit. Is it Hot Pursuit remastered? Or was it Rivals? Yeah, so there's a bunch of different Need for Speed games. I think it's Heat and Rivals are the 2 that I have. Oh no, Payback. Need for Speed Payback is one I have in Need for Speed Heat. Those are the 2 I have for PS4. Gotcha. And then I used to, the first Need for Speed game I played was Hot Pursuit on the original PlayStation. All right, so this is gonna add that here. Let's add another recipe here. So we have our boat, and we'll have a deconstruct boat. So this one, the ingredients are going to be a boat, so just one boat, and it is gonna produce a wood. It's gonna produce 2 wood items. 1 second, Lo-Fi Craft. Let me give you permission to do that. Permit Lo-Fi Craft. There you go. You should be able to go ahead and do it. There we go. Need for Speed PlayStation 4. Gotcha. It is this one. Go continue. Nope, not what I want. Continue without accepting. Gotcha. So this one is just called Need for Speed. Continue. It thinks I'm in somewhere. This is interesting. This is the link you sent me happens to be the one in the .de domain. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't played this one. Just called Need for Speed. Interesting. Gotcha. Oh, no worries. I just got confused for a moment. Thank you for sharing. I do like me some racing games. The Forza games are pretty good too. All right, so now we have 2 recipes. So over in my item database, I can have both of these in here. So I have my boat recipe and I have my deconstruct boat recipe. And when this thing gets instantiated, it's gonna just have a recipe database attached, and that will put this thing in here. And it might make sense to make my item database be like a recipe database as well. I'm not 100% sure. Lofiker says, this is a good game, but I must do, was my PS4 reset? So you lost your game data maybe? All right, so now we have a database here. When we click combine, we're gonna pull out all of the items. So we find all of the items that are in our crafting container right now. And then we're gonna try to do our database dot recipe database dot try get recipe on these items. So this is gonna return a bool. This returns a bool for the crafting category as well. Ooh, this is interesting. The crafting category happens to be off our crafting container dot cat. So this has multiple categories. Something interesting here. XD, welcome back, my friend. XD says, hello, XD. How are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? I hope it's a beautiful Saturday for you too. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Lofiker says, I hate an error in my PS4. It was stupid. That sucks. That's a pain. I'm so sorry that happened. That sounds really frustrating. All right, so now we're also gonna get back categories, returns a hash set of crafting category. I could probably be smarter about this as well. Categories from here, like this. Crafting container.categories. Hang on, crafting container.categories. That should return crafting category. There we go. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for each crafting category in categories. We're gonna try this category. XD asks, what are you coding today? That's an excellent question, my friend. That's such a good question. One sec. Out. I shapeless. I'm gonna tell you. Just gotta give me a moment here. Just gotta give me a moment. Results. Okay. So Lo-Fi Craft, so sorry you got timed out there. We got to be careful with posting links. My bot, I did permit you, but it doesn't last forever. So sorry about that. Let me permit you a little bit again. Lo-Fi Craft should be able to do it again. So sorry about that. You should get untimed out in a moment. XD says, what are we working on today? Great question. I'm not sure if you saw. Every week we got a new project going. Not every week, but I try to do a new project every week, every 2 weeks. We are working on a crafting system. So if you want to go back, I've been blogging about what we've been working on. So this is day 6. So I can permit links. Posting them on the Discord is the way to go. Sometimes I get people coming in trying to spam. I get bots more often than you might. You'd be surprised how often I get bots in here trying to spam links. And so I can permit the links here. Lo-Fi Craft is sharing this another game, Fortnite. Oh, you got this PlayStation. Gotcha, you got that bundle. Well, that's why I can allow it. I just don't want links by default. So if you want to post a link, you just gotta ask. And then I'm happy to permit it. Corfless says hello. Corfless, my friend, happy Saturday. It's so nice to see you. How are you doing, Corfless? So I don't want anyone to have to join the Discord if they want to. That's why I can permit you to post links if you need to. You just got to ask first. So on this project, we're implementing a crafting system. The goal is to implement a crafting system in 7 days. All right. So the crafting system has 2D grids, 2D grids, 2-dimensional grids where you can put items in. Some of the slots you can put stuff, some of the slots you cannot. And so we built out the logic for our system. We've built a really, what I'd call an ugly UI for it. So we have a bit of an ugly UI, and now we're trying to link things together. Okay, so this would be one of the crafting containers. So this is our workbench container. When I click combine, the idea is that we'll get some output here, but I'm not done implementing it yet. So our goals today, my goals for today are to update the grid UI to have output slots and a button to combine. So we did that. So we had previously, yesterday we finished a little tutorial on how to use the new UI toolkit to build out this grid. And that grid is dynamic based on the type of container we're using. So right now I have the workbench in there, but if I were to switch it to the loom has a slightly different slot there. So like this, so we have a different sort of configuration, so to speak. So we can have different types of containers that accept different amounts of items, that sort of thing. So this is what I'm going for. The UI is not super impressive yet. That's one of my bonus goals if I have time, but the logic for it should work. Thumbert Games, good morning all. Thumbert Games, I have missed you. I have missed you, Thumbert Games. I was worried you had gone and disappeared. Thumbert Games, I'd like to say I'm so glad you are here today, 'cause we have missed you. We have missed you a lot. Thumbert Games, everybody. Thumbert Games. Welcome back, my friend. It's so nice to see you. Do I have a Thumbert Games? I think I do. Thumbert Games, everybody, is an amazing indie game builder working on an engine building drag racing game. It's awesome. It's awesome. I'm so excited to see it. I hope you're doing well, Thumbert Games. How the heck have you been? I know life can get busy. It's okay. You don't have to be here. I was just worried about you. Evan, real quick, you got to give Thumbert Games some love. Thumbert Games streams. I haven't seen you in a while, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you're building, where things are going. Hit that little heart, everybody. Give Thumbert Games some loves. I'm super happy to see you today, my friend. Happy Saturday. How the heck have you been? I got hiccups. You spooked me, apparently, Thumbert Games. So nice to see you, though. Happy Saturday. But yeah, we're working on a crafting system. So if you want to check out the blog I've been putting together about it, you can. No pressure, though. But this talks about what we've been doing the last 5 days. We're on day 6 here, and we're wiring this thing up. I want to get it so it wires up nicely here. Yeah. So anyone, if I missed some chat there, I got so distracted by our good friend Thumbert Games. If I missed something in the chat, don't hesitate to ask again. Happy to see that. But Thumbert Games, so nice to see you. So we're playing with the new UI toolkit. Scriptable objects and using DLLs. Okay, so whoa. That's right, Corfless. Whoa. Skillmister. HF Skillmister. Thank you for the follow, HFS, I want to thank you for the follow. Yes, thank you for the follow. So happy you're here today. HFS Skillmister. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. That one's a jumble of letters here for me. But happy Saturday. So happy to see you. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. Welcome to the crew. If you didn't know it, I am a computer science educator. I teach at a school for ages 10 to 14, but I do a lot of, I do individual tutoring and group tutoring outside of that and lots of different stuff. I am learning how to use Unity here. But this stream is for, learning and growing and coding together. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is encouraged. That's how we learn and code and grow together, my friend. So nice to see you. How the heck are you today? I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. Let's see here. So we're going to try and attempt this combine. Let's get a null pointer exception or null reference exception. Let's see if we can figure out where that is. on line 41. Line 41, folks. That makes sense. Database gets set. It should be set. Database should be set. Recipe database may not be set. No reference. Object reference is not set to an instant object. Recipe database might not be sent, which would be interesting. Let's do debug.log database. And our recipe database. I'd be surprised if that's the case. So our item database on, oh, maybe awake doesn't work the way I thought. HFS says, I started my studies in programming with C# and I'm studying logic at the moment, changing my career, by the way. Changing from programming to something else or from something else to programming. That's awesome. I am loving C#. I've only been using C# for about 19 months, not quite 2 years. We're going to be approaching the 2-year mark at the end of May. And so it's been super fun. I've sort of fallen in love with it. My thought is that this awake isn't happening here. Debug.log in awake. I just want to see here. But yeah, I'm so happy you're here, HFS. Happy Saturday. You're going from civil engineering to C# development. Awesome. That's super cool. And don't take this in the wrong way. What made you decide you wanted to switch into programming software development? And if you don't want to answer, that's fine too. I'm just curious. I always like to know. So we didn't get a the awake doesn't happen. Okay, so that's interesting. Scriptable objects awake. Scriptable objects awake. Scriptable object.awake. This function is called when the scriptable object script is started. Awake is called as the scriptable object starts. This happens as the game is launched and is similar to monoBehavior.awake. Fascinating that this code, do I have to make this public? I'd be really surprised if I had to make it public. Public void awake. What I could do is just make this recipe database be lazy loaded. I wanted it to load it when it wakes up though, so that you don't get like a hiccup at runtime. Not that we would, but if you load it, this is fascinating. I thought this would, item database is an item database. Script, yeah, it's this one, all right. So it should load. Yeah, I'm surprised we're not getting it there. This is fascinating to me. Did I just do it wrong? Scriptable object. Let's see here. Did I spell awake wrong? Let's see what it does if I put this in here. No, I spelled it properly. Let's go look at scriptable object. What methods do we have? We have awake. There's no start. On enable. This is called when the object is loaded. This is called when the object script is started. Let's try on enable. I don't quite like that either. Not awake. This is when the object is loaded. Does on enable. This function is called when the object is loaded. An example is given below. This example has two scripts. The first shown is scriptable object. It implements the code which is separate from monobehavior. The second is monobehavior related script. So my thought though is when you disable it, you don't want to reload it again. All right, well, I'm gonna do this. I am gonna lazy load it on. Let's try on enable. See if that on enable. Let's see if that we'll see that here. In awake. Okay. So that's fascinating. It's like not even at runtime. So when we did hit run and we did see it, okay. So one little thing I probably want to do is just say if the recipe, recipe database is null, we're going to initialize it like this. Okay. So if it's null, we initialize it just so that way if it gets disabled and re-enabled, it doesn't constantly reload it every time. Because eventually I want this to go and sort of like find different recipes. Maybe not. That might be an editor script that does it. So that might just be a bad practice to do. Okay, so we did get that. So now we're not getting that null pointer exception. I don't know, why the awake didn't happen, but that could be, that's just interesting to me. But when it loads, that's good. It'll load it here, and then we load based off the settings that were put into it here. We can grab it from our crafting recipe, our crafting container here. And what we're gonna do right here is we're gonna say so we're gonna search based off the crafting categories it has. We have a quick lookup for item and category, but not from item and crafting categories. So these are inputs. This is the categories. Ooh, I'm gonna put this inside of my recipe database. Can I modify my recipe database? Is in a different binary. But we can go update this code. This is cool to see. Yeah, so I'm gonna go, this is in a different binary. So we're gonna go edit that binary and update it real quick. So this is our crafting system binary. And over here in my recipe database, I want to add in a try here. That's gonna be for a crafting container, not just a single. So if you know the category, you can do it this way, and we have the quick lookup. If you don't know the category, we're gonna add another one, public bool try get recipe, and it's gonna look very similar here. It's gonna be IEnumerable of our crafting type. This is gonna be our ingredients, and then this here is gonna be our iCrafting container. And this is just gonna iterate through the categories and check it out here. So our runtime is O of n, where n happens to be the number of crafting types a container has. So that should be relatively low and an acceptable amount of search time. In my mind, it's an acceptable amount. So this is gonna be our recipe here. And so we're going to do for each. Devro asks, Captain, how's it going? Devro, it's going beautifully well, my friend. I'm having a beautiful Saturday. Good morning to you. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Everyone, real quick, do you know the Muffin Man? No, not the Muffin Man. Devro, do you know Devro? Devro, folks, a game developer extraordinaire, talented 3D artist. You gotta check him out. If you're not following Devro, you're missing out. You gotta go. You see this little heart? You gotta click that. Give Devro some love. Click that heart button. Give Devro some love. We also got Tuber Tugger. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for following Captain Coder Academy. Thank you for the follow, Tuber Tugger. I'm so happy you're here. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. If you didn't know, Captain Coder, that's me as Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them family friendly. It doesn't have to be a programming question. If you want to know, hey, Captain, how often do you brush your teeth each day? I'd be happy to answer that question for you. You can ask me anything as long as it's family friendly. We want to create a warm, fuzzy, welcoming environment here. I want mom and dad and little Johnny and Sally and maybe, get that dog Fido in there watching the stream together. And we're learning and coding and growing together. So do not hesitate to ask questions, and backseat coding is highly encouraged. Tuber Tugger says, hey, Captain, how did you get your military title? So strong misconception. There's a strong misconception. Not military related. It's superhero related. I got my superpowers though. I was in a freak compiler accident, and I got compiled up inside of a scheme compiler, trapped between those parentheses. And when I managed to peel those parentheses away, I was infused with incredible programming strength. So that's how I became Captain Coder. Good question though. Excellent question. Thank you so much for asking. It's the first time anyone asked about my my coding. Like the Hulk, but with code. Exactly. I was blasted with some coding radiation. Thumbert says, I was out of town for work. I'm so glad you're back, Thumbert Games. I'm so glad you're back. Radiation plus plus, that's right. True radiation plus plus. So we're gonna loop through our containers here. So this is our iCrafting. This is our container. So hang on, var category. So this is our iCrafting category in container.category. So we're gonna go through each one, and we're gonna check if we can do try get recipe on the ingredients and that category out recipe. We are going to return true. So we're gonna go ahead and see if we can find a category that we can use. And if we get through all these, we're gonna return false. And in this case, can I do recipe equals null? Doesn't like that. We're gonna say recipe equals, I'm gonna go with exclamation point. I'm gonna say yes, it's null. Yes, it's gonna be null. Or if I made this questionable, it works. Okay, we can make it questionable here. I think questionable is this. Does this break any of our unit tests? Let's find out. Let us run our tests. Lettuce and tomatoes, running our tests, sandwich style. The Gypster says, how do you adhere to consistent in working on side project? You haven't missed a day yet. So Gypster, many years of getting up and coding. I find waking up and coding is, I'm very productive in the morning. I happen to be a morning person, so I get up, I wake up around insanely. This is gonna blow people's minds sometimes, but I wake up at like 3:30 without an alarm. That's when I wake up. Because of this, I tend to go to bed pretty early and nap throughout the day. So I went to bed last night at like 9 o'clock. Whoa. That's right, Corfless. Whoa. I get up at 3:30 a.m. And I putz around a little bit, but I like to get my brain juices going in the morning coding. A lot of people, I can't code in the evening. That's not entirely true. I find I'm most productive in the morning. And I've been having so much fun streaming. The Jim says, you haven't missed a day yet. I just have so much fun doing it. I'd be up and coding if I wasn't streaming. I just have so much fun streaming that I can't help myself. I started streaming to record some stuff for my students, and then people made me feel so welcome and so happy that I've just been streaming since then. Tuber Tugger says, I respect a streamer who is clearly doing well but doesn't accept affiliate. Yeah, I don't want any ads on my stream. That's not the point of this stream. I don't need that. I'm not here for the income. I'm here because I'm having fun doing it, and we're building this learning community. It's been awesome. Seth Uldozer, yes, I can't code in evenings, brain is fried. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel in the evenings a lot of the time. Tuber Tugger says, wow, 9 p.m. is when my hobby coding begins. Yeah, my hobby yeah. I don't do, it's hard to say if I do a lot of hobby coding. I've done the last 2 projects have been hobby projects. That's been fun. Corpus says, I'm much more productive at night. I think a lot of people are. I'm gonna put same here, don't need an alarm and start my work shift at 4:30. Yeah, I have an alarm set for 4:30 these days, just in case, because I've been streaming at 5 a.m. my local time. Jibber says, I am the same. Get up at 4 or 5 and mess around before the wife and cat wakes up. There's also not a lot going on at the time. We got a follower. Waydrain. 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 I thank you for the follow. Waydrain, thank you for following. Welcome to the crew. Waydrain. Waydrain. Thank you for being here. The captain's happy you are here. Thank you for the follow. Waydrain, happy Saturday, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Saturday to you. I hope you're doing well wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope it's a beautiful day for you. It's a beautiful day here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Thank you for the follow. So happy to have you here, my friend. Seth Tool says, nice Snow White. You're well, yeah. Well, you know, I try to do my best. Tuber says, oh man, every fellow comes with a personalized song. Amazing. I do my best. Sometimes I botch it. But I don't know. At some point, it's, you know, I don't know if that's gonna last forever, but I do. He do his best. I do my best. Had a little got caught in a Stack Overflow there. All right, so we just rewrote this. I wanted to add this in here. All of our tests, we didn't break anything, so our tests pass. Let's go ahead and build this and add this DLL to our Unity project. Bash build. Bash build.sh. Nameless Coder, welcome back. Nameless Coder, so happy to see you. Happy. Oh, we got some warnings though. Happy, what's today? Happy Saturday. Welcome back, my friend. Happy to see you. Oh, it's because we changed this to nullable. It doesn't like that. So let's go look at our tests here. I just got to add a question mark here. And then what's the other warning? My other warning's on line 51. Oh, it's because my actual should be nullable. What does this say now? Sir Black says, are you developing in WSL? I don't know what WSL is. I'm a simpleton. I'm pretty new to .NET. I'm assuming that's a .NET thing. What's WSL? Corflin says, I'm on Sunday. How's the future, my friend? Windows subsystem. No, I'm not. This is Git Bash. This is Git Bash. It's not in a Windows subsystem. I didn't know actually what WSL is. My brain just couldn't handle it for a second. I have used it. I'm not using it here. I could open it up. I have done it before, but I'm not doing that right now. Good question. This is Git Bash, which is just like a Bash terminal, like sits nicely on top instead of PowerShell. Good question. The answer is no to that. All right, so we redid that. We got our warnings. We did build it. So Unity needs to become aware of this new DLL. And then I'm gonna have to reload. I need to get this workflow a little bit nicer, but I'm gonna have to reload this window in a moment. Corpus says, I used to struggle to WSL Arch on Windows, but that is quite frustrating for me in my opinion. I actually love the Windows Linux subsystem. I just haven't done it for .NET development. I've used it for other things, for Ruby. Seth Duel says, hey, have Yuppie? Can you try asking again? I don't know what that, I missed it. Oh, is the cat. Well, hello, cat. The cat says, hey, so nice. Is your cat's named Yuppie? The cat just say, hey, I'm Yuppie. Sir Blackswell, I'm frustrated with Unity performance on Windows. I've seen some streamers which say it's better on Linux. Oh, fascinating. I just assumed it would be best on Windows. That is super interesting. So we got this new, we brought in our new DLL here for display. So instead of doing this for each here, my attempted combine is going to be if database.recipe database.tryget recipe items crafting container out. This is getting long. Shapeless recipe item data question mark results. All right, won't be so bad if I maximize this window. Oh, no nullables here. We're in Unity land. We don't got nullable types. Okay. Crafting container. Shouldn't I be able to put this here? Crafting container. Cannot convert iCrafting container to iCrafting category. I thought hang on. Do I need to reload this window? Instead, have you used WebStorm? I haven't used WebStorm. WebStorm is, from what I understand, that's like an IDE. Is that correct? WebStorm. Storm. The smartest JavaScript IDE. I haven't used WebStorm, no. I have not. I was aware what it was. I've seen people use it. Corpless, so I thought there might be some black mage running it via WSL to make it more performant. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. No, wasn't doing anything with WSL to make it more performant. Good question. In fact, I imagine if I was running it in WSL on Windows, it would be less performant because you're virtualizing at that point. Corpless says, I believe Linux is good at everything that Windows can do except gaming. Gotcha. Tawny does stuff. Tawny, my friend, how were your exams this week? So nice to see you again. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. How are you? Tawny does stuff. We don't have a shout out for Tawny does stuff there yet. I'm so sorry, Tawny. We haven't done that. I got to set that up. There's several people I got to set it up for. It's just the captain, time, defeated by time. I haven't mastered that multi-form technique yet, that multi-form jitsu. I have begun to master the multi-cursor jitsu, but not the multi-form jitsu. All right, so this seems to work now. We had to reload our VS Code to get it to recognize the new DLL. It's the thought that counts. That's right, though. But everyone, did you know Tawny Does Stuff is a streamer? Sir Blacksell says, sorry, not now. Jumping around the place doing some chores while listening to the stream. Tawny Does Stuff's exams have been going well. So glad to hear it, my friend. So where you are you in university, Tawny? Or are you in pre-university? I don't know what it's called. Upper school? I'm curious what sort of like your yearly schedule's like. Do you guys get summers off? Do you have like breaks throughout the year? So when I was growing up, I had what was called year-round school when I was in elementary. So you didn't get summers off. But then when I got to middle school and high school, we started having summers off. And so I was just curious. I was just curious how that works other places because, culturally things are different everywhere. Okay, so when we attempt to combine, we say, can we find this recipe? This is going to return true if we can find the recipe. So if we find a recipe, we can do something. We might report an error. For now, we're not going to do that. But if we can get the recipe, so our result now has a recipe in it. And we can actually say, okay, well, what are the items that we should produce? So this is an IEnumerable, right? Yeah. So it's an IEnumerable of these should be of item data, right? We'll find out. This should be item data results. I'm gonna rename this to recipe like that. Tony says we do have summers off, like mostly a month off school, but they do give us a ton of holiday work, so it's math. That's fascinating. It's usually between June and July. Gotcha. Nameless Cutter says, Captain Cutter, for elementary school, did you have more PD days then, or was there just more learning days? So it was the same number of days. So you had 185 school days, but rather than getting, I think it's 12 weeks of summer is the typical summer. You got 3-4 week blocks throughout the year, rather than one 12-month thing in the summer. Pie Dude says, Mr. Big Brain Man, good day. Hope you are well, fellow level 3 person. You are epic. Thank you so much, Pie Dude. Pie Dude, I'm so glad you're here today. Happy Saturday. Welcome back. So happy to have you in the crew. How are you doing today, Pie Dude? Dramulks unlurking. Welcome back, Dramulks. You here? We haven't written any tests. You're missing out on the real code, Dramulks. No testing today. Townie says, is anyone interested in looking at digital art of a sad Among Us imposter? I'm gonna share it to the Discord. Ooh, please do. Let me know when it's there. Please do. Please do. Where is it? Where is it, Tawny? I need it. I need it. I need it, Tawny. Yeah, so you'd get 3 1-month breaks rather than 1 3-month break when I was in year-round school, or something like that. It's not quite 12 weeks, but I think it's 185 days a year is a typical school year in the United States. This, I need access to my output slots. So I need to create, so this is our input slots, input grid slots. And this is going to be our output grid slots. Okay, and when we construct this, these built-in output slots are going to be our output slot. These are going to get added output grid slots.add output slots. Okay, so then we're going to go through and we're going to set these inside of there. Is that Piety said, always happy to be here? Well, we're always happy to have you here. Oh, posted it in art. Nameless Critter says, that is sort of what I do for university, where we have 3 times 4-month terms. Gotcha. The school I work at now, we do get a summer break. So I think it's 8 weeks or 9 weeks during the summer. But it's 12 weeks off throughout the school year. And the biggest break is during the summer. But we get a 2-week spring break. I think we get a 3-week winter break, so that's 5. So then we get a 7-week summer break. I think that's what it is. Tawny draws stuff. Tawny draws stuff. Look at this sad. Look at that sad guy. Look how sad that fella is right there. That guy looks so sad. Nice work, Tawny. What did you do this in? What is this? What program did you use to make this? That's cute. Thank you for sharing, Tawny. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Shidey with the eyes. Shidey, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? How is you doing? Tawny says, IBIS Paint on Android. Interesting. I've never drawn on like a phone device before. Okay, so when we actually, so now we should have a grid slots like this. And so what we're gonna do normally, I want to do something interesting. So here's sort of what I want to do. It's going to be for each item data in results. First, I need to go through. Okay, so we actually need to loop through. This is so interesting. The first thing I need to do is in my list, I need to like remove anything that's in it. We're gonna loop through the results. All right, so we could kind of just do this for each item. So we're gonna go with item. And what I want to do is in the associated output grid slot. So we need to get the like index ix. All right, so I'm doing int ix equals 0. And then we'll increase the index here, ix plus plus. This is gonna set the index to, or not, we're gonna get that thing and we're gonna say set item to item like this. So when we hit combine, we should be able to set the item to item like that. Corfless says, update on my work. I think I found my data pre-processing done. Just need some machine learning plugged in and we can get more insight. Ooh, that sounds super cool. Well, let me ask you, Corfless, what programming language are you using? Are you using any machine learning libraries? So like, are you using anything that's like part of Pandas in Python, or are you using something in C#? I'd be really curious. Using R for pre-processing. MMO Pug says, the storm got me, lost power. Bummer. I hope you're doing better now. Pixel shot, do, pixel shot, do, pixel shot, do, pixel shot. I'd like to thank you, Pixel Shot, for following me. Thank you, Pixel Shot, for following me. Pixel Shot, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here, my friend. If you didn't know it, Captain Coder's me is Captain Coder, and me is a computer science educator. I'm not a wordologist, so that's a grammatically correct sentence there. I'm pretty sure. I'm a computer science educator, happy to answer and entertain any questions you might have, computer science related or otherwise. Just keep them family friendly. That's all I ask. And backseat coding's encouraged. We are learning to code and grow and use and develop stuff together. So please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. We got a bunch of pointage going on here. Shiny, rank 17. Lo-Fi Craft, rank 88. Tani, rank 19. How we have fallen. Corp says, can I backseat your wordology too? Yeah, so, no, I'm not a wordologist. But Pixel Shot, so happy to have you here. Microwavable Hugs, so happy to have you. Wait, why isn't, whoa, redeem, whoa. Hang on, shop. What happened to, oh, did you spell it wrong? Redeem Woa. There it is. Whoa. I don't know what happened, that's interesting. If I miss something, so much chat went by there, a lot happened there. If I miss something, please do not hesitate to ask again. I'd be happy to respond if I could remember if I saw it. Just so much happened there, it's hard to scroll back. MMO Pug says, good thing my phone is charged so I can keep getting points. That's right, MMO Pug. Gotta get those points. May have to fire up the generator. Ooh, that's rough. Microwavable Hug says, I typed it wrong, I think. Ah, gotcha. But I'm so happy to have you here, Microwave Bugs. How are you? I love those hugs because they're so warm from the microwave. They're like, so toasty and delicious. Thank you for those microwavable hugs. They make me so happy. I love the microwavable hugs. They make me feel so warm and happy. Tony's gonna clip that. I'm gonna clip that. You do you, my friend. Clip it, ship it, put it in a box. Anyone wanna, so I don't know how these short things work, but apparently, I've been getting people bugging me saying, why don't you do YouTube shorts with all your silly little things there? If anyone happens to know anything, let me know. I'm glad you're well, Microwavable Hugs. Dremel says, clip it, ship it. Dremel, it's rank 5. Rank 5, the number 5. Yeah. Okay, so what are we doing here? Attempt combine. Okay, so the idea is here we're gonna output these there. There's a little bit of an issue. If our results is too long, it's gonna blow up. It's gonna blow up a little bit. So I'm wondering, I wonder, do you ever wonder when you wonder about wandering about in your wonderland? Corpus says, I'm amazed that Captain Coder programs with a lack of opening Stack Overflow. Well, yeah, that's why you guys don't know this, but I got a secret computer off to the side here that has Stack Overflow and, connect. I have an AI listening to me and just pulling things up. So this is how I, it's all an illusion. It's an illusion. My secret Stack Overflow computer's here. I got my whole setup. Just so you guys know how it works a little bit on the inside here. Yeah, that's right. So Stack Overflow is just constantly scrolling by for me. I do use Stack Overflow. That's interesting. I found that Unity on Stack Overflow isn't particularly great. Tony just says, this is exactly what I said the first time. That said, I've done plenty of Stack Overflowing. I really have. Welcome back, Royal C-Dub Gaming. So happy to see you again, my friend. Welcome back. Sir Black Soul, he looks like Scott Hanselman, just a little younger. I don't know who that is, but I'm glad. Scott Hanselman here to bring you Coding Live with Captain Coder, with Scott Hanselman as the Captain Coder. So we're doing an attempted combine here. I think this will work. So there's one little thing where I want to sort of clear out all of the items as I go. Or whatever's left over. Okay, so I think what I have to do here is I have to have a little thing that says, if If item, no, if ix greater than or equal to 4. Actually, debug.assert ix is less than output grid slots.count. Okay, so we're gonna do this assertion, and then we're gonna say if ix is greater than or equal to output grid slots.count. We're gonna break, so we're gonna lose some items here when we do this. So there's some stuff we're gonna lack in here. Tawny says it's the smile. And Sir Blacksoul says, and the beard. What beard? I don't have a beard. This is just the way my skin looks. This here is what I like to call a rash. It's a rash. It's never cleared up. I put lotion on it daily, and it just seems to keep getting worse. And sometimes I have to take a razor and like trim this rash down. But I've never been able to get rid of it. Tony says, also, Cap, can we have a little preview of what we've got right now? Because I've missed out on a lot and haven't had time to catch up. Yeah, sure. Happy to give you it. Well, so there's also, it's a hairy rash. That's right. So if you've missed, so we're on day 6 here. If you've missed out, we are in the process of making this crafting. So I put together a little blog here to try and summarize what we've done, so you don't have to go back and rewatch all the VODs, because it's a little bit a lot. It's a little bit. And so our goal is to implement someone on the Discord. So anyone who doesn't know, we try and do a new project here every week or every 2 weeks. I try not to stay on a project too long, because I want to constantly learn and grow new things. I want to learn new things and grow as a coder. That's the whole goal. And so our learning goals for this project were to learn about scriptable objects using dynamically linked libraries and the UI toolkit, and implement a crafting system. So what do we have so far? You can't see it, but there is a drag and drop crafting system here. If we actually go back here, we actually have a little drag and drop UI system we can do. Royal CW, are you ever going to make a game for stream? I don't quite understand what you mean by that question, Royal CW. Royal CW also says, how many people are watching? When I look over at Twitch, it says 36. It says 36 right now. Donnie says the next goal should be about improving your handwriting. Oh, you should have seen it before I improved my handwriting, Tony. Nameless Coda says, have you made any full games? It depends on what you mean by full games. Shady says, wait, do you write a blog in addition to your stream? So I've just started. So this is the first time I started doing the blog, Shady. But every day I've been managing to keep up with it. Just add a little update about what we did each day. And so I'm trying to do this because rewatching those videos is hard, and I'm trying to make sure everyone, wants to do it, can get into it. Just so you know, it doesn't take me that long. It takes me like 15, 20 minutes to write this. It didn't take that long. So it's not that much work. The blog has lots of typos. It could be better. Someone asked if I made any full games. It depends on what you mean by full games, but we got Crazy Marble. We made this on stream in 12 days. Full game is a strong word, but it is a playable game with 4 levels. Here we go. Corfless, do you want to have a shout out commands? Do you want to have a shout out commands? I don't quite understand the question, Corfless. Like games, what you could have fully played and win or lose. Yeah, so Crazy Marble, we made this on stream. So I do have a handful of those, Corfless. For example, did you guys know? Mooniz has taught me everything I know about Unity and game dev. An amazing streamer, folks. An amazing streamer. You gotta give the Moon Man some love. If you're not following Mooniz, click that little follow button. What's gonna hurt? You gotta check him out. I know he's streaming right now too. Give him some love. I'm sure he'll love that. Yeah, Mooniz is an amazing streamer as well. One of my favorite streams. So Corphless, I don't have like a shout out command specifically. What might be nice is have a command like that that says what all the other shout outs do. So I'm let me talk to you offline about it. Send me a message on Discord. I'd like to talk to you about it. I just need to know how to set those up. Let me talk. So I want to make sure I know exactly how it works. And because I am not doing it through Stream Elements, I'm not sure how to set that up properly. So I want to do it through Firebot. Royal C-Dubs, he's live right now. Yeah. So give him some love. Of course, says so. Shout out Corphless will do this. Sir Black's Dragons, but his shout outs are right now personalized with SO name. You could use it for anyone. Gotcha. I think I understand what you're saying. Have a generic shout out there. But yeah. So person was asking, Crazy Marbles, a game we made on stream in 12 days. This is actually a fully playable game. Hard as nails though. It's a little bit too hard in my opinion. So in this game, I was learning how to do physics. And so we did a bunch of work on this game here. So this was written in Unity, the full source, it's fully open source. If you want to go check out the source code, if you want to watch the full development, you can. I'm playing with a controller right now, but you control this marble, and the goal is you got to navigate these somewhat challenging levels. They're actually, everyone said this game's way too hard, and I agree. So we did make this on stream. We lost a lot of marbles doing this, folks. We got flamethrowers, we got pistons, we got launchers. Let's see if I can beat this level. I haven't played in a while. Oh yeah, we got the fire boosts there. So we did make this on stream. The controls are kind of awkward though. So I done popped. I done fell off there. So it is quite hard. But it was really fun to make and implement. We learned a ton. I learned so much about, I had not done anything using Unity physics prior to this. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh, get squashed. So we did make this game on stream. If you want to go check it out, you can. I had a blast doing this. There's 4 levels in all. And so if you want to check it out, you can. There's a full playlist on YouTube showing the full development, so you can go check that out too. So we did it in there's 13 videos here, but I think it's 12 days. One of them must have been like a botch, or one video is unavailable. Yeah, so 12 days here. But yeah, check it out if you want to. So we did that on stream. We also made Skydriver. Skydriver is another one we did on stream. So this one is another platform. This one is a non-physics based. This one doesn't use physics, but this one, it's sort of like a 3D runner a bit. So the game is defined by these strips. And so you have this ship that you fly around. You want to get to the end of the level here. And so there's 3 levels. And so we built like a format. We built a format in text to represent the levels. Oh my goodness. There's a little bit of awkwardness here with the jumps. Let's see if I can make it to the end of this level. But we built this on stream too. This one was a 7-day project, I think. So this one was super fun as well. What else did we've done a bunch of stuff on stream, and we're doing a crafting system now. The project before this one happened to be a procedurally generated dungeon. So this one wasn't a game, but this was a procedural generated dungeon. So you would define text files that looked like this, right? So these dollars represent where where connections can be made. So we have a bunch of text files defined like this. Then you end up defining a generator where you say, these are the text files you want, and this is the likelihood of those appearing when we do generation. So this is like our generation table. And then it generates these text files that looks like this. And then we wrote a little thing that takes that text files and renders it in Unity like this. And then you can walk around inside of that like this. And we built like some editors and stuff for it. So this, again, all open source. You're welcome to go check it out. Was super fun. Was super fun little editor. I'd like to make a blog post about it at some point. Just haven't gotten around to it. So we do all sorts of stuff. Yeah, Corpus, go ahead and add it. Go ahead and add it, because I didn't know that. Go ahead and add it, and we'll see what it does. I do like the personalized shout-outs there, though. Thank you. And here's the thing. So this is why. So I'm planning to remove Stream Elements soon. So the Stream Elements bot will be gone relatively soon. Awesome. But thank you for adding that, Corpus. I appreciate it for now. Okay. So what are we doing? Yes. So I'm trying to wire this. All right. So someone asked, what are we building? I'm trying to wire up our crafting container. All right. So we have this crafting container. What I would like to do is when I click combine, if I have the right things in here, Tawny, I think it checks whatever the last thing you were doing on Twitch was. When I click combine, I want these to fill up here. Okay, so let us see if we can add that in there. Yeah, so we set the items like this, and then we're gonna go through and say, so IX should be where we are, and then we're gonna say for, this is interesting because I wanna go through the rest of the slots in our output grid, dot count. So IX is less than that, IX plus plus, and then we're gonna pull out that, we're gonna do output grid slots IX dot clear item. Tiny says, so everyone has to set it up in Stream Elements. Oh, gotcha. That's fascinating. That's pretty cool. Thank you for setting up that, Corfless, for your contributions, my friend, for contributing to society in such a beautiful way, for being such a beautiful person. 50 points to you, Corfless. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for adding that. Because I'm not, Captain Coder's simple. Captain Coder's a simpleton. That's a ton of simple, folks. Simple ton of simple. And I just didn't even know that was an option. So thank you so much for setting up that for us, Corfless. I appreciate you. Anyone who doesn't know, Corfless is a streamer. Casual gaming, sometimes does some coding and development, but we call it a variety streamer. Give Corfless some love, folks, because you gotta love Corfless. Corfless is fantastic. Is that Pie Dude asks, what do the points mean though? We got a little shop. Here. They're like channel points. I'm not an affiliate. We got a little channel points. Sometimes I have games in here that like my leftover Humble Bundle stuff. But if you want to you want me to show off a board game? 3,000 points, folks. You can save up. You want the C# and .NET Humble Bundle? 18,000 points. If you just hang out with the captain, you're gonna get yourselves a C# and .NET Ultimate Bundle. You want me to tell you a story? We got story time. So you can redeem your points here for a variety of fun things. Good question, Pie Dude. Good question, my friend. Thank you for asking. Good. Shiny says, gonna grind that bundle. Gonna grind it up. Yeah. All right, so what I'm gonna do here to test this is I'm not gonna write a test Dramox, because I'm not writing a unit test, I promise. This is gonna be a manual test. Pie Dude says, I'd like a story. I'm gonna grind for some stories. Ooh, you might. How many points you got, Pie Dude? You can check your points.
You in the back. Pay attention.
Tawny, I thought you was lurking. Tawny. You said, or was that someone else? Did I miss that? That's okay. Tawny, pay attention. Tawny wants everyone in the back to pay attention, folks. Thank you for the redeem, Tawny. Yeah, so we might want to display like cannot combine thing here. I'm gonna go ahead and make this. I am lurking, Tawny says. When did I unlurk? Well, you're fine. Don't worry about it. All right, our container grid here. I'm gonna go ahead and add some specific items to it. If you do points like this, you can check how many points you have. I happen to have 5,500 points. But I'm also the point giver. Look at that, Pi Dude. 2,390. You have 2,394 points. You could redeem a story then. Nameless has 964 points. She says, anyway, it reminds me I should stream more Talos later today. Awesome, G. That sounds lovely. I've been wanting to play that game. It looks so good. It looks fabulous. So when we set this up, I'm gonna force it in. Oh, you redeemed an OpenAI story time. All right, folks. We're gonna generate ourselves a story. But before we do that, we have a followage. Duick FPS. I said Duick FPS. I'd like to welcome you into the crew and say I'd like to say thank you, Duick FPS. Duick FPS. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that right. Happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We're having some fun here. We're coding. We're learning to code. We're learning to do some stuff. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask, my friend. I am happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. Backseat coding is also highly encouraged. It's that Pi Dude just redeemed an AI story. So we're gonna go log into OpenAI here. We're gonna get ourselves a story. Pi Dude, I need you to give me a prompt. I need a prompt to be able to do this. Where's the login button? Is OpenAI down? OpenAI, why can't I log in? It might be down, folks. Just a second. OpenAI. Why can't I, where's this button? Why can't I log in? OpenAI login. Products overview. One sec, get started. Okay, here we go. It's letting me sign in. Give me a second here. Let's see. But yeah, we need a prompt. We need a prompt for me to ask for me to read you a story, my friend. Okay, here we go. Now we can do it. Pi Dude says Big Bang Theory and Tommy Wiseau. Okay, so Big Bang Theory and Tommy Wiseau. All right, so that's, we need to have like a little prompt here. So if I just give it Big Bang Theory and Tommy Wiseau, it's probably going to tell me about those things. But Big Bang Theory and Tommy Wiseau. So maybe a fairy tale. How about a fairy tale about Tommy Wiseau? Tommy Wiseau? Is it Tommy Wiseau in the Big Bang Theory? How do you feel about that? Does that prompt seem acceptable to you? What do you think? What do you think, Pi Dude? Is that prompt acceptable? We've got a fairy tale about Tommy Wiseau in the Big Bang Theory. What do you think about that? Works for me, Dad. Gotcha. All right, here we go. I'm gonna increase our length here, so just in case we can get a long one. Let's see what we get. Once upon a time, in a faraway universe. Oh, we're getting a long one. Once upon a time, in a faraway universe, lived a man named Tommy Wiseau, a mysterious figure. Wiseau lived a life shrouded in mystery, yet one thing was certain. He was a genius. Wiseau had a unique way of looking at the world, and he was always dreaming up new ways to make the world a better place. One day, Wiseau had a brilliant idea. He would build a massive structure in outer space, an intergalactic bridge between two distant galaxies. He called it the Big Bang Theory. Apparently I didn't spell bang right. Everyone thought Wiseau was crazy, but Wiseau was determined to prove them wrong. He gathered the best engineers, scientists, and architects from all over the universe and put them to work. After months of hard work, the Big Bang Theory was finally complete. The Big Bang Theory was an engineering marvel. It connected two galaxies spanning millions of light years. People from all over the universe could travel between galaxies in a matter of days. Unfortunately, the Big Bang Theory was not without its problems. The structure was so massive that it caused a tremendous amount of gravitational pull, which disrupted the balance of the universe. Wiseau knew he had to find a way to fix the problem, After much deliberation, Wiseau decided to use a special kind of energy, one that could counteract the gravitational pull and restore the balance to the universe. He called it the Wiseau energy. The Wiseau energy worked, and the universe was saved. Everyone was amazed at Wiseau's ingenuity and ingenuity. Wiseau became a hero, and his name is still spoken of in awe today. We need to do some big bands here. That's right, G. Pie Dude, thank you so much for the prompt, my friend. This will be immortalized on the Discord, folks. We're gonna immortalize this on the Discord. We have, where is it? Immortalized, Storytime Generations, new posts. This one is redeemed by Is That Pie Dude? Is That Pie Dudes asked us a fairy tale. There we go. You are forever immortalized, my friend. Thank you so much for the redeem, my friend. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. And thank you. Thank you for being here. Excellent. That's right. So sorry if I missed something in chat. If anyone asked a question during chat, do not hesitate to ask again. I'd happy to entertain it. But what are we doing here, folks? We are trying to get our crafting system to work. I think I just made our combine button work. I need to add in, so to make a recipe work, there's 2 recipes in our database. So in our item database, we have 2 recipes. One's a boat recipe and one's the deconstruct boat recipe. So we're gonna do our boat recipe. So we gotta put wood, 3 wood and a rope in our container. So I'm just gonna hard code that real quick. So I'm gonna say that crafting container dot triad item. And it's gonna be database dot wood. We're gonna add this at position 0, 0. Can I do this? I can. So we're gonna add 3 wood. We can't do 0, 0 because that is a invalid slot. So it should be 1, 0, 2, 0, 1, 1, and then we gotta add in our rope. And we'll do this at 2, 1 like this. This is gonna add it to the container, but we haven't actually made it display this based on when we add this stuff. So there's a little bit of another thing I gotta go and do in here just to make this work. Filthy casual, filthy casual. It's a filthy casual following me. Did you know that we have a filthy casual? Did you know that there's a filthy casual following me today? Filthy Casual, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I'm so happy to have you here. We are learning to code. We are growing as a crew. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate. I repeat, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them family friendly. And backseat coding is highly encouraged here. Tony says, imagine Cap singing this in the 1800s. There's a filthy casual following me today. That's right. And just to make this line up properly here, we want to do input grid slots at this is interesting. This isn't quite right. I'm so interested in this. Input grid slots 1 equals dot. We gotta fix this up here. Tony says, unpopular opinion, pineapple pizza. I actually had pineapple and jalapeno pizza last night. It's delicious, but you know how I feel about it. We gotta keep no drama in the chat, folks. No drama in the chat. Set item. Okay, so I want to. We need to register our crafting container here as well. Our grid slot should be sort of know about their positions as well. For now, I'm gonna do database.wood. We gotta fix this a little bit. Corfless, good luck with your chores, my friend. Good luck with your chores. 2, 3. This should be 5 and 6 like this. Rashid says he answer me. Rashid over on YouTube, welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. Yeah, I'm happy to have you here. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I don't quite know. You say he answer me. I'm not quite sure if that's a question or not. But welcome. We're getting close to needing to take a break, folks. We've been going for almost 78 minutes, a little bit over, almost 90 minutes. 90 minutes is sort of like my hard limit. Lo-Fi Craft says, boom, bang, boom. That's right, Lo-Fi Craft, bang, boom. This one should be rope. I gotta make it so that when we set the item, it sort of needs to notify. These grids should be aware of what position they are in here. I'm curious though, if I run this, when I move them around, they sort of get swapped out and stuff inside the underlying container. And log. Ooh, this wasn't the right container. Let's change to my workbench. Tawny does stuff, says Minecraft creeper. All right, so now we have a wood. When I hit combine, I get a raft. I got my raft over here. That's kind of cool. This one we can move it. That's fascinating. So I got to do a little bit of stuff there. The combine works. Check it out. We get rafts when we combine. It's not actually reading the data out of this grid yet, but it is correctly dumping it in here. Let's try it with our reverse here. So if we have a database.boat, our boat should turn into 2 woods. That's right, Tony. Infinite raft glitch. Lo-Fi Craft says I'm almost finished with the phone transfer money. Very cool. When you got it finished, you should post it on the Discord. I'd love to check out what you guys. So now this should give me 2 wood. Okay, cool. So our recipe system is correctly putting things out here. I think it's not, I can't tell if it's clearing them out properly. All right. So we have that wired up. The next step is to make it so that the grids, the actual grid and the underlying container data structure need to sort of be synced together. Right now, these are not synced together at all. So we're going to refactor that when we get back. But we have our combine button working, which is exciting. For me, I'm quite excited about this, folks. So this is really cool. We're going to do a commit here. This is our, did we change anything in that? No. This is our work in it should have something in the other section there. Work in progress. Crafting container combines. Crafting container wiring up crafting container UI with crafting container data structure. Put a little note here. Crafting container data structure is using data structure is correctly combining and outputting the items to the output slots. Cool. All right, commit. Connie says, Cap, here's an unrelated question. Our CS teacher wanted us to make code to check for palindromes, and his solution was like 10 lines long. So I just went up and did it in 2, and he got mad because he didn't teach us that one. Is he wrong for this? Because personally, I think coding is all about being efficient. That having fewer lines of code doesn't mean it's more efficient. That said, so there's this idea in my mind. So what you did might be considered code golf. I think a lot of times you want to optimize for manageability. Manageability is an important aspect. So he got mad because he tried to teach a lesson. So I would be really interested to see the two side by side, and then do it. It'd be. I don't know if it's fair to get mad. It depends on what he said, but I think it's important to look at what the differences are between the two, and can we identify the pros and the cons to which one's more maintainable, which one's easier to understand, who's the target, is the public method. There's a lot of factors in there. I don't think getting mad is the right thing. It depends. I'd be really interested. That said, folks, we're about to take a break. I am out of bean water. So our next, we've been going for 83 minutes. 7C, yeah, less code doesn't mean better. But I'd love to see it. So a palindrome, it depends on like how challenging is it to understand the code. I'm almost out of bean water. I'm gonna finish this here. Oh, that bean water. All right, folks, I'm gonna get myself some Earl Grey tea. We're gonna do some boilage. So I'll be back in the amount of time it takes me to boil some water. So maybe 3 minutes. Everyone look around, find a bear so that you can bear with me while I'm away. If you can't find a bear, find something to hang on to, hang tight, and I shall return, folks. When we get back, we're gonna do a little bit more stretching. We're gonna take care of ourselves. You're gonna love yourself, you're gonna love your body. If you need a stretching partner, and you do, get your mom, get your dad, get your goldfish. Maybe that bear you're bearing down with me, maybe that bear wants to stretch with you. But we shall return, the captain shall be back, so don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, thank you for bearing with me. I hope that bear didn't eat you. I hope those fingers, excuse me, I hope those fingers aren't hurting from hanging on, but I'm back. The captain's here for you. And the captain loves you. Lo-Fi Craft, thank you for the welcome back. The captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love you, you should love yourself. You know, if you love you, that means you love yourself. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta take care of that body. If you're hunched over a computer, if you're a computer troll like I am, if you're a gaming troll, if you're a computer troll, if you're not getting up every hour, do some stretching. You gotta get on up, get that blood flowing, people. So get on up with me. I hope you got your bear with you. I hope you got your cousin. I hope you got your uncle. I hope they're all in the room with you. If they're not, call them up. Say, Captain's about to stretch, folks. We got to get some stretching in. So get on up with me. We're going to do some stretchage. We're going to do some stretch. We're going to take care of ourselves real quick. Everyone, what we're going to do is start out here. Let's see. Can I get my camera to do this thing? There it is. Okay. Take a deep breath. Inhale. You're going to stretch up. You're going to go up onto your tippy toes. In with me. We're going to hold this. Engage that core. Just stretch on up. Hold it. Hold it. Oh, yeah. Reach as high. Reach for the sky, my friends. Hold this 20 seconds. 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, make sure you breathe. Make sure you're breathing when you do this. After 20 seconds, we're going to take a deep breath. We're gonna roll down. Woo-hoo. Don't close your eyes too much. You got to hold that balance. Take a deep breath in a moment here. As we exhale, we're going to roll down, hinge at the waist, and see if we can touch our toes. If you can't touch your toes, that's fine. All right, deep breath. And exhale. Slowly roll down, hinge at the waist, and hang. Oh, folks, I can't believe this. I can actually touch my toes. I've been doing this every day for about a month now. I can actually touch my toes. Keep those legs straight, but don't lock the knees. I need to get a picture of this for everybody. This is amazing. There's been very few times in my life where I could actually bend down and touch my toes like this. But just hang here. It shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't hurt. No, try to have as little tension as you can. The stretch is actually in your lower back. Lower back and maybe in your upper thighs, your glutes. Oh yeah. We're gonna breathe in here, nice and slow. We're gonna inhale for 5 seconds. Inhale. Bring it up and roll those shoulders up, back, and down. Oh, that felt wonderful. Let's get some blood flowing. We're just gonna jog in place, folks. Jog in place if you can. If you can't jog in place, maybe just move those feet up and down. Maybe just do, add in some punches. Add in some nice gentle punches. We're gonna do this 20 seconds, folks. So just get that blood flowing. Get that blood flowing through your body. Get that heart rate up just a little bit. You don't want to be too sedentary, but you don't need to get that heart rate blazing. We're just gonna run here another 10 seconds, folks. Bear with me. Hang on with me. Do this with me. Take care of that body with you. All right. And there we go. Shake it out. Let's get some jumping jacks. If you can't do a full jumping jacks, okay, just move those arms. If that's all you can do, move those arms. But I'm gonna do some jumping jacks. Feel free to join me as much as you can. Get that blood flowing. Take care of yourself. We're gonna do 10. Do 10 with me. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh yeah, get that blood moving. Get that blood going. Take care of yourself. You love yourself. I love you, so you should love you. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. Take care of yourself. If you're sitting at a computer, sitting in a chair too long, it's just not great for you. So thank you all for joining me in that. You know what you get? I know you all joined me in that. 50 points to all of you. 50 points off you. Bio! So nice to see you, my friend. Happy Saturday. How the heck have you been, Bio? It's nice to see you today. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you are in the world. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, my friend. So nice to see you. One of the nice little benefits there of that stretchage, that blood flowage. You get yourself, that tea. It's all nice and steeped now. Oh yeah. You know what's better? As good or better than that bean water? The herb water. That's what we got here. We got here some Earl Grey herb water. Tommy says, I sent the codes in general. What? Oh, the codes. The codes. All right. So your code. So you have his code and your code. So this is in, looks like Python. Yeah, some Python. All right, so we input a string. We get the length like this. And then we do a for loop for I in range, I n divided by 2. So we're gonna go halfway. So we look at the beginning and the end. Look at the beginning and the end. And then we're gonna increase count by 1. Okay, and then we're checking if the count is equal. Okay, so we check if the count is equal at the end, and then this is a palindrome, this is not a palindrome. That's an interesting solution. I don't know if that's the solution I would have come to. I don't like, so then you have your solution here, and you're using the ternary operator. So it's a little bit, I think your code's a little bit gross, but I actually like your code better. I would have written it as if A equals this thing, not in this ternary operator. Outside of the ternary operator, I think this code is actually quite nice. Alternatively, as a ternary operator, you could have done, I think it would have been like, is palindrome equal to A equals A minus 1. Is this an iterator that changes? Apparently this reverses it, correct? I'm not super familiar with Python. I'm assuming this code reverses it. So I would have done something like is palindrome, and I spelt that wrong, and then done a little thing that prints based on it. I like this solution. This solution I think is fairly easy to understand and read, as long as you know what this is. This code here just feels a little bit overly verbose. This one here, I don't typically like the ternary operator should be used specifically for values, not for performing actions. So that would be my one criticism here. But I do like your solutions better, in my opinion. One line says is a palindrome A is equal. Is the string going forward equal to the string going backwards? I really like that solution. This solution feels overly complex. Yeah. Not that it's particularly complex. So I do like your solution better. I'd be curious what your instructor said. Why did your instructor say they didn't like it? Yeah. Anyway, let's hop back in here. We are working on a crafting system. We're super close here. We want to make it so our grid right now, our UI isn't fully connected with our backend yet. We need to make it so that way when we move these around, it actually updates inside the UI. That shouldn't happen. So we just deleted that thing. So when we try and drop it in this, so there's several things wrong with it. When we move it around, it works fine. But what we need to do is make it so when we move this around, it sort of is actually associated with the underlying container. And then when we combine, we can read that information there. Okay, let's give it a shot. The other thing is when I do a combine, if the combine is successful, I want to clear out all of the other grid slots. Okay, so let's see if we can do that. So we have a little bit here. Tony says he said that his solution was supposed to focus on the for loops, and I get that. It's perfectly fine, but well, I'd rather write my solution in an exam because we have learned string slicing. Gotcha. So if his solution was focusing on the loops, that's fine. So if the question said write it using a for loop, or if the question specifically said use a for loop to write an is palindrome, then his solution seems okay-ish. I don't think his solution's terrible. I don't think it's the solution I would have come up with. Oscar Junior Games, I want to thank you for the follow. We've got Oscar Junior Games in our midst. Oscar Junior Games. Welcome to the crew. Oscar Junior Games, welcome. This is Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. Oscar Junior Games. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So happy to have you here. I am a computer science educator. I forgot to do my reset real quick. Reset break. I'm a computer science educator. I teach computer science at a school for ages 10 to 14, but this stream is dedicated to learning to code, grow, and develop our skills together. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, and backseat coding is encouraged and welcome. So please do. Please bring your questions. Bring them on, my friend. Bring them on. What are we doing here? We want to make, yeah. So our grid slot needs to be able to communicate with the underlying container. Okay, so my grid slot, I want to give it, when we construct it, I want to give it a reference. All right, so I want it to have an iCrafting container. So it needs to know what container it's in, container. And it also needs to know its position, position P. And this is gonna be a Captain Coder position, I think. Because right now this is a Unity position. I hate that. Because Unity UI elements has its own position. So this is actually a Captain Coder.core.position. I wonder if I can add the alias in there. iCrafting container of type, so this would be of type item data. Okay, so this thing has an item of data associated with it. So internally, we're going to add some fields to this to keep track of it. So private, I'm curious, C#, alias using. Can I do an alias using directive? Can I do an alias? You can create an alias. You can. Okay, cool. So I don't want to have to type this whole thing out every time. So I want to do the following. So I just looked in here at the using directive. I have a conflict with my position and the position in UI elements. And so I want to do the following. I'm gonna say using project is equal to, so we're gonna say using position is equal to Captain Coder.core.position. And so now I can do position like this. So let's see if this is correct. Yeah, so now it's gonna use my position because I actually don't care about the UI elements position. Awesome, I learned something new today. I didn't know we could do this. I knew I wanted something like this. I knew what I had was painful and annoying. And so now we have this position P here. All right, so this is referring to my Captain Coder position. And so this is our internal work. It's private position in container. Then we have a private iCrafting container of item data. This is our craft container. Okay. And we're gonna say this is our position. We'll initialize these. Position and container equals position. And we also have container equals container. Two-Bird Tugger says, I missed it. How long was the break? So we took like a 3-minute break and then we did some stretching. So I like to do some stretching. Our stretching was maybe 5-6 minutes, something like that. Vlad says, I'm not a C# dealer, but there might be better syntax like destructuring assignment. For which part? Which part here are you suggesting a better syntax? Tuber Tugger says, I definitely don't take enough breaks. Yeah, I try and do it at 90 minutes is sort of like where I start getting worried. If I can do it before that, I can. I try and finish my goals each time. So I sort of try and time, sometimes my goals are a little bit too, so we managed to do this one in about an hour. This one's taking a little bit longer. I could have broken this up into smaller pieces, but I try and make these each something I can do in like 90 minutes, but that doesn't always work. Vlad says in GIS you can do import position equals, yeah, so that's exactly what we did here, Vlad. So you might just be behind a little bit. This is exactly what that is doing here. So this is importing position to be this other thing. I think you might just be a little bit behind on the stream. If you hit refresh, it might catch up. So I hope so. I hope you get caught up. I'm looking at my YouTube stream right now, seeing where we are on that. Yeah, it looks like. Yeah. Royal C-Dub says, well, I have to go. Talk to you later. Have a beautiful day, Royal C-Dub, as always. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best person you can be. And as always, you're welcome back anytime, my friend. You are welcome back anytime. Here we go. So we got container is equal to container is. This constructor is getting a little gross in my opinion, but we have this now. So when we go to set the item, I actually don't think I need this anymore. I don't think these need to be serialized at all. How much am I gonna break if I do that though? I don't need this. Microwave says, thanks for the positive vibes, Cap. You're welcome, Microwave Hugs. Positive vibes, that's what we're all about here. Having a fun, positive stream. Let me remove that. Let's break this up, because the idea is this thing should know its position in the container. And be able to set and update the container value itself. And this item part here, okay, so this item part, all right, so instead, we're gonna get rid of the set. Instead, this item is gonna be container dot item at, okay, container item at position and container. Okay, so it's gonna pull the item out there. So we're gonna just change this to a property in this way. So if you want to access, you can get it that way. We no longer have the setter here, and that's fine. When we go to set it, we actually do container dot try add item position container, and then this is the item we're trying to add. So rather than setting it, so if there's already something there, we're gonna do the following. If the container already has the, if we're gonna say if the container, we weren't able to add it in there, we return false. Okay, so this is gonna return false. Oh, I don't even need to do that. Actually, I just do this. Try add item. So this method, image sprite item check. Oh, hang on. We got to do it. No, I'm wrong. If container dot try add item, position in container item. If we successfully add that item there, then we update the icon and return true. Otherwise, we return false. Tuber Tugger says, I've never used field colon. So this allows you to do this on auto properties. So this is because this is a property. It will only work on auto properties. If you have a defined a property that has a backing field, you cannot use this on there. It's just saying, use the underlying field of this auto property. I hope that answered, I didn't ask a question, but I hope that helps you in that regard. Yeah. So auto properties, if you want to serialize them, you can do it this way. And it works quite well. That said, this doesn't, I don't think this needs to be serialized. I'm not touching this in the inspector, so I think I can get rid of that. This was code that I copied from the, there was a tutorial that I was going through on how to make a drag and drop inventory, and I was saying, oh, I bet I can apply this. But let's just break everything real quick. Item cannot be assigned. So instead, right here, when we do a clear, this becomes position in container dot try remove. And in this case, we're gonna do position in container, and we actually don't care about the out on this one. we might, clear item might, okay, what we could do, no, I'm just gonna say that this clears it out this way. We might refactor this later to say, okay, well, let me go ahead and grab that item out. Where do we call this? It gets called here, and it gets called on pointer up. Yeah, so we only clear it if we actually pull the thing out. Okay. Lo-Fi Craft says, I'm finished with money transfer program on phone. Nice. Tuber Tugger says, I'm not a fan of returning false at the start and at the end. Could we combine those if statements? So this is a, gotcha. I agree. So let's, what if I did it this way? Container.try add item, position in container item, and I do a return false here. How do you feel about this? And then otherwise icon.image equals item.sprite.texture and return true. How do you feel about that? So I don't want to combine them. I think that this is easier to read this way. Okay, I like this, reading it this way. This is better. I like this a lot. So we say if we weren't able to add the item, we just return false. First we say, can we put something here? Then can we add an item there? And if we can, we end up down here. So I'm what you might refer to as a never nester. I don't like nesting my code. Lo-Fi Craft, did you make a post on the Discord? In your art, maybe? What do we got in art? Tani wrote a poem. The afterlife, the end creeps closer still. I feel my breath depart. A final end to this life of sin, a legacy carved by heart. Will I carry them with me, the evil deeds I've done? Will they follow me beyond or be forever shunned? What lies beyond this world of ours, damnation or sweet release? The answer to that mystery lies just beyond my reach. As I rest upon my deathbed, my face grows pale and wan. Their walls surround me. The end has come at last. The air grows heavy with despair, a fetid scent of decay. I see my face, a sculpted mask. Death lives in the clay. Its cold hand seize my neck with care, a bony necklace made of death. The Reaper's gift to me this night, my soul to it forever wed. It gazes back at me with eyes that I will never know. Its sockets empty, pits of night, bones like pearls and snow. My eyelids shut one last time. The Reaper swings its scythe. The birds sing the song of death, and I enter the afterlife. Ooh, creepy. Sorry, I got distracted there. Sir Black says, why don't just add and is valid to the if statement and make them return false? The line feels super long to me. It's just an aesthetic thing to me. I could do this. You're correct. I could do this. This line feels too long to me. So one thing here. So there's nothing wrong with that. This is just me. I think for me, reading top to bottom, it's easier for me at a glance to read that. Do it with two lines with an and. So another thing though is this actually makes it easier to debug later as well. Is that because I thought the cloud was of despair would have fit well. The cloud coming across, maybe a little too jovial of a cloud. Yeah, so I kind of like, this is just my personal preference. This is my personal preference. Both ways I think are completely valid. This way I think is slightly easier to debug. Tawny says the cloud didn't like the poem. But yeah, Sir Black Soul, there's no reason to choose one over the other, except that this is my personal aesthetical preference. Tuber Tech is fair. I'm not trying to correct you. I'm just curious about the thought process. Yeah, so it's my personal preference. You would want to consult with your team. Technically, I think this has a minor. The other way I think is slightly more performant, if I understand how it will compile correctly. So there's that. So this is, but the performant there isn't that big of a deal. Okay, so now in our container UI controller, we have to specify the position. Oh. We have to specify a position in a container. So in this case, these are like output grid slots. So these ones need to be different. Yeah, these ones need to be kind of different, or I need to allow them to be null. Yeah. Pydid says, I liked it, the dark stuff. That's why I'm such a happy golden retriever guy. Tuber says, I'm learning, gotta ask, teach the hardball question. Yeah, feel free to ask. Sir Black says, and should it make a difference on the performance as the right side only gets executed? The performance difference, I think, has to do with how the assembly is going to compile. If I put these as an and, you would only have one possible jump return. The other way, it will actually combine those operations. The check gets turned into two checks in the assembly. So that's why I said like a very, very minor, like almost not, essentially like you shouldn't even care about it. We're talking nanoseconds. We're talking like one CPU cycle. Not much at all. We've got La Chalokita, La Chalokita, La Chalokita, I welcome thee. La Chalokita, thank you for following me. La Chalokita, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. Happy Saturday, welcome aboard. Happy Saturday, welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. I am a computer science educator. This is Captain Coders Academy. We're learning to code. We're learning and growing together as a crew. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming or otherwise. Just keep it family friendly. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. Sir Blacksoul says C# will only compile into CLR. In CLR, it will look the same as a nested if. Oh, then there's no, yeah. So I wouldn't know. I'm very new to C#. When I say very new, 19. I'm programming in C# for about 2 years, less than 2 years, I think. Peace breaker, peace breaker, peace breaker, peace breaker. I welcome thee to Captain Coder's Academy. Peacebreaker, I welcome thee. I hope you enjoy your stay. Peacebreaker, happy Saturday, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope it's a beautiful day for you. It's a beautiful day for me. But welcome aboard. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Tuber says, my C# is pretty good. It's the Unity part that's rusty. They change stuff all the time. I've only been using Unity for about 2 months as well. So I started learning it. My students wanted me to teach a Unity class. So I've sort of been learning it. I've hacked around with it quite a bit before now. But we're fixing this. I need a new class. So my grid slot specifically cares about itself being, so we're going to call this like a container slot. I'm going to rename this. It's going to be a crafting container slot. Peacebreaker says, morning to you, my friend, morning to you. And so I've renamed this. I need to rename it in Unity as well. If I were to rename it in VS Code, it would actually, I think I can rename it. I don't think I'm using it anywhere else, but Unity will complain if I don't rename it here. And that's because it is linked up. There's metadata in Unity, and VS Code, I don't think knows how to properly do it. Maybe in the 2020 version it would. So our grid slot just became crafting container slot. Okay, so this is our crafting container slot. I need like an output slot as well. So our output slots are going to show up on the right side here. and they act very differently to the crafting container slots. So we're going to create a second class for those. I'm going to just duplicate this. This is going to be our crafting result slot. And this will be a crafting result slot. And there's some similarities to them. So we're gonna figure out what those happen to be and see if we can get it to work. And we might end up writing there might be a super class that's necessary, but then we're using visual element. I don't know. We'll see. Peacebreaker says, can you even get VS Code to open for me? Ooh, that's interesting. My school, we use VS Code in all of our programming classes. So I'm learning how to use VS Code with Unity and C# specifically. I would say Visual Studio and Writer are far superior from a feature standpoint. So it's crafting slot. This thing shouldn't care about these. It doesn't have a crafting container. There is no invalid. All it cares about is this icon, and this icon, I actually don't think we care that much about this either. But we're gonna do this just for laughsies. In fact, the thing we care about is this has an item data item in it. Like this, and this can be null. And we might just make this public, like this. VS says, Tuber says, VS versus VS Code when working with Unity. I would say if you have the option to use Visual Studio, it is far more feature rich than Visual Studio Code. That said, if you are comfortable in Visual Studio Code, it works. You can make it work. Peacebreaker says, yeah, I used Studio and tried to install extension for Unity in VS Code and had problems. It's a little bit finicky to get working. That said, I do it because I need to be able to troubleshoot for my students and understand the problems they're going to run into. So I've actually used, and it works nearly identically across Windows, Linux, and Mac. My school is a bring your own device school. So otherwise I would use Visual Studio. If it was just Windows, I'd use Visual Studio. And Visual Studio for Mac is not the same. And I don't think there is Visual Studio for Linux. So this here, we want, rather than set item and clear item, we'll have a set option here. Okay, so this set, we're gonna do this. This is gonna be a property. We'll have an underline backing in private item data item. Our get just returns item. It can be null, and our set is gonna be this. Item equals value, and we'll say item. If you're null, we get null. Otherwise, we get the sprite texture. And it's going to tell me I can simplify this to this. Use null propagation. I could do... Oh, that's interesting. That's not doing it there. Like that. What would it do with the null propagation? Shady says, I prefer VS Code because it feels very lightweight compared to... That's also true, actually. Visual Studio is very heavyweight. It's a hefty program for sure. So if you're on a lower end computer, Visual Studio is gonna eat up most, especially if you're trying to do Unity and Visual Studio at the same time. You need like a computer with 16 gigs minimum. Tuber says, I almost always use VS for everything I work on, but I feel like I'm missing out on learning VS Code. I think VS makes me lazier. VS is great for .NET development. That's really what it comes down to. It has all the tools you need, and it's meant to work. It's slightly paid and stuff, so there's some annoyance there. We don't need a clear item. Or a clear item could just be item equals null. Like that. And then we'll have to figure out the on pointer down events and whatnot for interacting with it. But there's no position. We don't need Unity engine yet. I bet we're going to need it though. Why? This would be... image, what is null propagation? C# null propagation operator. I gotta get better at this. It wants me to do, it wants me to do this. This. There we go. So this is gonna say if this thing's not null, get these things, otherwise set it to null. Deborah says, state of my concentration while doing Unreal. I just named an actor, rename camera. Yeah. You gotta when was your last time you took a break, Deborah? If you need to take a break, sometimes you gotta take a break to refresh that mind. Refresh that mind hole, my friend. If you're having a memory melt, or a memory, what is it called? A memory leak. Sometimes taking a break is a good way to go. Yeah. So we have this crafting result slot. Tuber says, when starting a new project, how much documentation prep planning do you think is appropriate for long-term success? I think it depends on what you're building. So for long-term success, absolutely documentation is so important as far as planning. So even on this little project, I built out, the very first thing I did was, what do I want to learn from it? So I'm always about learning goals. Yours might not be learning, but these are things that I didn't know. So it's really important during the planning phase to say, well, what do I not know how to do? This is probably something that's super important that people forget to do, is say, well, what are the things that I want? What are the things within that I'm pretty sure I know how to do? And what are the things that I need to learn before I can do it? Because it's hard to even be able to know what you can do if you don't know how to get it done. And so writing out, like, what do I need to learn? And this list should just like constantly be growing. And then scoping yourself. I would recommend setting small scope, like you can have a large scope, but setting small scopes is also important. So we're just doing a 1 week project. What do I want to learn? And then here is like, I know I have 7 days. How much time do you want to invest on this thing? And that's an important thing to decide as well early on, is like, how much time do I want to spend on this? Is it a prototype? Is it going to be a full thing? So this is like 7 days. I'm going to get it done or I'm not going to get it done, right? And then if I don't reach that, the next project might be, okay, well, this is what we got. Here's my reflection. The next project is version 1. Now I'm going to spend 4 days or whatever it happens to be. Lo-Fi Craft, my phone broke in game. Oh, Lo-Fi Craft, I'm so sorry to hear that. Why are you breaking things, Lo-Fi Craft? Stop breaking things. No one wants to break phones. But yeah, I try and do this. When I do this, I find I'm much more successful. No, I kid, Lo-Fi. I kid. Oh, I kid. Oh, I kid. Oh, I kidding you. I'm just kidding you. Crafting container slot. This is going to actually be our crafting result slot. And our output grids is a crafting result slot like that. And then in our result slot, rather than doing it like that, this becomes item equals item. And then this becomes clear item. Okay. What's this one? New. Here is where we need to be able to construct our positions. Okay. This is getting long and pretty gross here, so I'm actually thinking I'm gonna do the following. Crafting. I think this will read better if I break this out this way. So we're gonna say that this is a crafting slot like this, and we're gonna use this. We're gonna do an if statement here. If it's an invalid slot, we will construct a new grid. Slot equals new grid, else we do this. Slot equals a new grid. And format, we take in a position, so this is our row and our column, and the crafting container. It's no longer grid slot, actually. This is a crafting slot like that.
Seems good.
It does seem good. It does seem good, Tuber. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree that it seems good, my friend. All right, so this one's gonna be invalid. This one's gonna be not invalid. Ooh, and look, we can actually do, look how smart I am. We can just put that there. We can just put that there. Okay, so this becomes this. Okay, so we make a crafting slot container. It'll know its row and column. It'll know what crafting it is, and it knows whether or not it is a valid position. And then we add that in there. Okay. What errors do I have? Do I have any compilation errors? Will it build? It builds, folks. Will it run? Will it build and will it run are two different questions. It builds. We're missing this thing over here. And that's almost, so I can still do this weird thing here. That's fine. That said, oh, this still isn't setting those things. Okay, so we still got to do, we built, that's right, Tuber. We built this program on C# code. We built this program. All right, so in our crafting slot, we gotta add these things here. Code Red Games, welcome aboard, my friend. Code Red Games, everybody, is what are you, Code Red Games? An epic. Code Red Games, folk. Code Red Games is an amazing game developer making a horrifying 2D Souls-like game. Check out this game preview here. This is from a slightly older build, but look how beautiful that gorilla is. This is me losing to the gorilla. If you like a game, if you want a game that chews you up, spits you out, and leaves you wanting more, leaves you going, oh, I need to get beat up again. If you like dying over and over and over and over and over and over and over, this is the game for you. You got to check out Code Rad, folks. Code Rad Games. Give them some love. Hit that follow. Hit that follow. Streams daily, almost daily. You gotta go check them out. Beautiful stuff. Tuber says, we built this C#. We built this C# on my PC. That's right. That's right. So we're gonna add the class grid slot icon here. Like this. Okay, so we're gonna add this slot here. And I'm hoping this will get it to, we'll be able to visualize here. I love that. Has that always been an emote of yours, Code Red? I think this is I saw you use it the other day. I didn't realize that one scrolled that way, or is that one new? I love it. I love it. All right, so now we have our outputs here. If I click combine, we get some stuff there. We can't move them around now. All right. We still got to get this to register. This isn't registering actual things here. Bo Elvin. Salute you, my friend. Happy Saturday, folks. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. How's everybody doing? Code Red says, I noticed I had a lot of empty slots, so I added a few new ones. Nice. Nice. That's the one thing I know I'm missing out on by not being an affiliate, is I don't have any. Ooh, we got that rotating fungi. I like that. I miss out on all the cool channel point stuff, but I just don't want the ads. I don't want the ads. Captain Coder is not a big fan of ads. Let's try to position in container. Okay. Container slot. So when we set the item, we're actually adding the item there. This is interesting. In my container here, oh, it is actually doing it based on that. Okay, so after we combine this, Coder said it's a bit annoying. It's not possible to disable it. I know Twitch needs to make money somehow, right? So I understand it to some degree. I don't know, man. I just don't know, man. So this actually does what Royal C-Dub, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back again, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. Bo Elvin, that's horrifying. That's horrifying, my friend. This is the most horrifying. Oh, I zoomed in too much, folks. Zoom back out. Why would you? Look at it. That's horrifying. Is this a picture of you, Bo Elvin? That's terrifying. All right, folks, we're gonna stop spooking everybody here. little bit too much spookage. A little too much spookage. But Bo Elvin, thank you for the spook, my friend. I appreciate you. So I actually think this is working. We add the items in our grid. Yeah, this is working. This is working. If I put a boat here, all right, so I'm hard coding this in here. So I need to add a little thing that'll let me specify the items in my grid. Oh, this is working. I can't move them around yet. I cannot move them around. When I move them, the backend needs to update as well. Code Red's got the high moving too. Okay, so we got a boat in here, and if I combine, I get my logs. I get 2 logs back. Sweet. Okay, so when I move, all right, so on pointer up, we need to have this move the item. So it's interesting here. I need to call down into the grid container. So rather than moving it this way, can I find my XY? So crafting slot container closest. Okay, so my crafting slot container, I'm gonna make my position okay, so this needs to be public position. I'm just gonna rename this position. I'm gonna make this a get private set so we can access that like this. Royal C Dubs got, are those Doritos or are those pizza? Those are Doritos. Doritos, tasty crunchy treats with the cheesy crunchy chip you love. Right, I don't know why I said that. I've never heard that song before in my life. All right, so in this case, we have our closest slot dot position. So this is the position that we're gonna move to. Just finished eating sausage balls. They're the best breakfast ever. Sausage balls. That sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. Our crafting container under the hood, so it'd be crafting container dot try move, and we're gonna go our original item, our original slot dot position to the closest slot dot position. So we're gonna try to move between these two. So we're gonna say if we are able to move, we set that item and we clear the original. So this should move the things in our slot, and won't allow us to move into illegal slots. So I'm gonna give this a shot. You're gonna send me the recipe? Yes, please do. Anyone who wants to recommend anything to the captain, I love your recommendations. We got our board's getting full, pretty hefty here, but there's a recommendations. Please send me your recommendations here. Send me your recommendations here. I love trying out new things, especially coffees and teas and foods. I'm a big captain. The captain likes most foods. I can appreciate most foods. What's Scotch eggs? I don't drink alcohol often. Scotch eggs sounds like it has Scotch. These are alcoholic eggs. What is a Scotch egg, MMO Pug? I'm curious. Oh, also MMO Pug. You posted a horrifying picture here in general. This picture, and look at this. This looks horrifying. Oof. I lived in New England for 8 years. Do not miss that snow at all. Hard-boiled egg wrapped in sausage. Oh, that sounds good. I like hard-boiled eggs. Shady says this looks so cool. Okay, so let's check this out. Real quick as well. Also, Shady Games, folks. Shady Games is a streamer. Gotta go check him out. Shady Games. Thank you so much for being here, hanging out. But yeah, give Shady some love, folks. Give Shady some love. Hit that little follow. Give Shady a little bit of loves.
Whoa.
That's right, Shady. Whoa, because you're so amazing. You're so amazing, my friend. Happy to have you here. Let's see if I shouldn't be able to move into my invalid slots now. Yeah, I actually get an error. So let's go look at that. Item at, oh, interesting. Okay. And then if we're not dragging return, if we try and put it into a slot, okay, so we kind of need to do this. We need to move this thing back. It's a little bit interesting the way this does stuff. I don't quite like this. We'll do else this. Like that. We got several amazing people here, folks. We also got, if you didn't know, Royal C-Dub Gaming is also a streamer, indie game developer, 3D artist, and flight simulator champion. You gotta go check out Royal C-Dub. Give it a shot. See how you feel about that. I got 30 seconds before I give you a little actual shout, like a shout out button there, Royal C-Dub. But a little shout out for you too. Got all sorts of fancy, awesome people here. So I actually do think we're losing that. Oh, hang on. That might put it back there. Let's give this a shot. Corporate says, you got your rest and water ready? You know it, baby. Row 0, column 1 wasn't present in the dictionary. This is interesting that the order of these is row 0, column 1 was not present in the dictionary. Royal C-Dubs, I'll post some pictures of sausage balls on the Discord. Ooh, you're gonna make me hungry, my friend. How long do we got until our next break? Corfless, welcome back as well. We've been going for 42 minutes. We got plenty of time to keep on moving. Keep on moving. This should get the item at. So this might just be the wrong interface. Where are we calling this from? Specifically calling it from crafting container slot line 26. And then that's coming from the UI controller line 123. And so calling set item original slot. When we pick it up, is that clearing the item? Let's go look at that. Crafting container slot, on pointer down. We're setting the image null, and then we start the drag. When we start the drag, we store those things and set the ghost to visible. So that shouldn't be clearing it out. Real quick, on pointer down, I'm gonna do a debug.log position, position. I wanna see the position. I think this might be going, the positions might not be what I'm thinking here. 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0. 02 is not found in the dictionary. I think this is the positions are linked up properly. 0, 1, 0, 3, 1, 0. Why is this? Okay. It was not found in the dictionary. If it is invalid, we do nothing. Line 26. Right here. Royal C-Dub says, I posted a pic in general section. Gotcha. General. Am I missing it? Let me click away. Did you post it on my Discord? Oh, the MISC section. Miss. Nope. Try again. I don't see it. What are we doing here? This We should only get this if there's actually a thing there. Could do container dot has item at position. That or no. Could do that. I don't like that at all. I don't quite understand what's going on there. Try now. Misc. Ooh. Ooh, those sausage balls. Ooh, those look good. Those look good, Royal C-Dub. You're making me hungry. The captain. I haven't had breakfast yet. That's making me hungry. Tuber says 4 hours and still going strong. You know it. You know it. You know it. All right, so that should get that exception, but that exception, I don't know if that exception should even be happening. All right, so these are all the correct debug positions. Can I now, that still like disappears. It shouldn't let me drop that there. Yeah, so when I release, let's go look at the release might be wrong. Let's get the code here. We gotta keep going, Tuber. We got some things we gotta get done in my to-do here. My to-do, we gotta wire this up. We're so close. We're so close. And if we get that done, we might even keep going and get this done here. I'm hoping this one won't be too bad, but I'm not sure how to do it. Our UI controller on pointer up. We do a try move. And if the try move, oh, you know what? Try move, we shouldn't call set item like this. Oh, this is interesting because I need to, yeah. So I need to kind of have my crafting container probably needs a way to notify these things. So I should probably refactor this to use events, but we're gonna keep going this way just for now. So what really happens is my M original slot, when we set item, hang on, if we try move, shouldn't are we here debug.log here? I want to check something out. This feels super strange to me. Invalid, but could not move. If we could not move, we need to switch it back. Could move. Tuber says, or asks, thoughts on singletons Unity? I think if you use them appropriately, that singletons are absolutely good. Absolutely. Cheap Grams, morning Cheap Grams, welcome back. So happy to see you this morning. How are your coding endeavors, my friend? Happy Saturday. How is your Saturday going? I'm so happy to see you here. All right, so could move. All right, so could move is working there. What about could not move? It's just not setting the icon, so I got to figure out what's going on with that. It does let me say could move there. Real quick, let's try debug.log from M original slot dot position goes to closest slot dot position. This is fascinating. So it is trying to move it, set item to closest. I'm a little surprised this is an interesting. Cheap Grant says, awesome, man. Nearly finished a rocket boosting game. Ooh, that sounds crazy cool. Going to work on a new one. How's the game coming? It's coming along really well. We are at a stage where I think all of our logic in the back end's working. We've reached all of our learning goals this time, and we're just trying to wire it up. So right now, today's goals, we wanted to update the grid. So our grid now has like an output slot, and if we combine things, we actually get the recipe results output here. So that's super cool. Now I'm trying to rework it so that the grid slots are properly done here. So this shouldn't allow me, could move should be false here. Because our try move to slot 0, 0 should be an invalid slot. So in my try move here, this should be returning false. So I don't quite understand why it's not. So we might need to go double check our code there. Yeah. So, but it's coming along great. If you want to check, if you want to read about it, extra, read all about it, folks. We got a blog. You can go see what we've done in the last couple days. The last 5 days. We're on day 6 today. Only 2 days left, today and tomorrow. We gotta get her done. We gotta finish this up. So I'm trying to get as much as I can done today, and then tomorrow will hopefully be a little bit of a polished day. I always try and finish a day early, so the last day can be a relaxing, polished day. We try and do something a little bit more fun. I don't know why. Okay, so let's do a debug.log, our crafting container.invalid positions. String.join. These should give us our invalid positions. Debug.log invalid positions. So do we have the correct invalid positions here? This is the question. T-Man says, interesting, I love it. Did that grid take a while to implement? I'm supposed to learn vector 2.3s soon. It took... So we started it on day 4. So Moon has recommended a tutorial for us. So we found this nice little tutorial. So day 4 and day 5, we started on day 4 implementing it. So there's a tutorial on doing a drag and drop inventory, which is quite similar to what we used this first, and now I'm reworking it to be the way I want my system to work. So this took us maybe 2 or 3 hours to do, not that long. So this tutorial was really useful. Learned a lot about UI Toolkit. And then we finished it yesterday. And then, yeah. So I hope that answered your question. Dramok says, have you made a swap method? I have, try move should swap them. So try move will swap them if and we wrote a test for that as well. So try move lets you swap things. I just haven't, for some reason, and maybe there's a bug in my try move. Invalid positions, row 0, column 0. So what I don't understand is this should be returning false. And it's not. It's returning true. And my guess, try move slot 1. Let's go look at the code for that. I thought we had a test for this to ensure that logic is good. It could be that the hashing doesn't work the way I'm expecting it to. Crafting container test. Do I have try crafting container test here? Try move. Try move. I have a test try move here. Go to my tests. Test move item. Test swap items. Yeah, so the swap items test. Let's make sure this test. Are these tests still passing? Oh, I'm not actually asserting that it's test move item invalid. Oh, hang on. This should assert. Oh, I have a bad test here. No, check it out. I have a bad test. This should return false. So my test was written incorrectly. Corfus says, things that I do while you were streaming, reporting my intern result to my supervisor and planning on week ahead. So you helped me with the productivity. I'm glad you're getting productive stuff. Dremok says you need to then return them back to their position if it's an invalid slot. So the problem is that my try move is broken. And I just had a bad test here. It should be asserting false. I shouldn't be able to move to these positions. So let's go see if we can figure out why try add item here isn't working. If invalid position contains, so my guess is my positions do not hash properly. Because if our invalid position contains it, yeah, so that's the only thing I think. So position, my position is over in, let's add folder. This is in our Captain Coder core. Our position, why is our position? Oh. This is not doing a position. This is doing new. This should be a new position. Like that. Try add item. New position. Well, that should be okay. That should have been fine. This is still failing. Lo-Fi Craft says, I think it is working. No. So I have an implicit class to those. So these are failing. Why is that? Add item. Let's go look at add item. Add item 1.1. Try add. Grid.tryAdd returns false if the position is already set. Jammy says, hi, beauties. Hi, beauties. Hi, Jammy. So nice to see you here. Happy Saturday. How the heck are you today? Real C-Dub, did you get the pick of the sausages? Yeah. They made me so hungry, my friend. These sausage balls. I gotta eat them up. Making me hungry. I might have to make some. My friend. Thank you for sending them. Thank you for whetting my appetite. Grid try add here. So let me add in a, I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. And we're gonna debug this test. Just ate some nice chili meatballs. That sounds delicious too. Let's step into this. Let's see if we can debug this here. So we have try move. We're gonna step into, and then we'll step out because we're gonna make a position, and we're gonna step into. Okay, so in our try move, step over. What's in our grid here? Yeah, Jamie, working on a crafting system. I'm super excited. It's coming along quite well. I'm really enjoying myself. Invalid position has our positions in there. What about our grid? Our grid has one position at 1.1. If grid does not contain from and does not contain, if grid contains a from, hang on. Okay, and if both spots are occupied, that's not going to be true. If grid contains from, this should be true. Okay, so it does contain that. Are to and from the same? 2, 0, 0, and from 1, 1. Why should this be invalid? Hang on, let me stop. This test, try move. Oh, our position should be 0, 0. Okay, our try move, hang on, let's come back here. Our try move, if either of these positions are, okay, so if we have a bug here, so we just found a bug, folks. If invalid positions dot contains from or invalid positions dot contains to, we can't do this move. We return false. I think this will pass. Let's run our tests. Let's see, does that fix it? Let's see if we can pass our test today. Works for some of them. So some of them are passing, so we made some progress. If our invalid, if from or to are invalid. All right, what about this one here? Why is this? -1, 0. Oh, or we out of bounds. Okay. So actually, do we have an is invalid? I've written this code already up here. This code here. All right, so I'm gonna write a helper method. Public bool is valid position, like this, and we're just gonna say these things if, otherwise we return true. So all of these things make it in a valid position, and then so up here, try add item. We're gonna say if is valid position. If it's not a valid position, we return false. Tuber says playing Yukia. Oh, that was such a fun game jam. Thank you for checking it out. And then down here, we can reuse this code and say if it is a valid position. If it's not a valid position from, or it is not a valid position to, then we return false. All right, do our test pass now. I'm so glad we had these tests. Look at how helpful these are for helping me validate whether or not the change. Otherwise, I would have thought that one change was correct. Or is not, sorry, is not. If either of these are not valid. Come on, there we go. We got the green. Yeah. So Tuber, some people have shown me how to get there. So Tuber's checking out Yukia was a game jam I participated in. We made a 2D Zelda-esque game. So if you guys want, if anyone's curious and checking it out, you can get there without the element. You can actually beat him without that element as well. Beat is a strong word. You can get knocked through the exit on accident. So there's a knockback that can happen. You can get the end screen early. But yeah, we did this about a year ago, 2 years ago, 18 months ago, something like that. All right, so we have this. We've fixed a bug here. Let's open up our terminal, get status, get status, speedrun strats, that's right, get add, get commit -m, fix bug in try move that was not detecting invalid position properly. So let's go ahead and push this. So our try move basically was always working, so we never actually were detecting the right stuff. So we're gonna add that in, then we gotta build it. Bash build. So this is gonna copy that new binary over to our Unity. Speedrun says, I thought you only used Unity for 2 months. Oh, so I've only been learning Unity for 2 months. I basically hacked this together in Unity. The code is horrific. I didn't know Unity, so what I'll say is I muscled my way through Unity code. We had 3 people on this project. And so what I'll say is I muscled my way through this project. So I did not know how to use Unity well. And so this whole thing is just like super hacky and messy to get it done in 2 weeks. So I've used Unity as a tool for making games in the past, but I did not really use any of the Unity features. I only really used it to sort of like display stuff on the screen. If you look at this, it's a very non-Unity solution to this game jam. I hope that kind of clarifies that answer. So I've been learning Unity for about 2 months. Before that, I just like not learning, just like muscling my way, forcing my way into some things. I didn't have to modify my core library, right? That just worked. I just had a bug elsewhere. Yeah, I did not have to modify my core. Okay. So Unity's building, getting that updated lib. And hopefully now the could not move should work properly. Before it was always clearing things out, and I was getting the exception because it's saying, well, you can't set that item there. Come on, Unity, give me a break. You gotta build up that assembly domain and get us back into coding land. All right, so now let's see if we can drop. Will it drop? Can we drop it? Can we drop it like it's hot? Can't put it there. Okay, cool. Can't put it there. We could move. Doing that move is also interesting that it's not updating properly there. So moving it to a valid spot could move. I can get rid of these like this. So we could move and couldn't move. When we update it, closest to that set item. That item. This is giving me null back, I believe. Jamie says, can I ask you how the crafting system you want should look? Yeah. Great question. So we do, if you want to, I don't know if I posted this yet, but we have a blog I've been working. I've been trying to keep this up to date since day one, so you can see what my original design is. So the idea is to have a crafting system that has different types of crafting containers. So for example, this might be a woodworking station. This might be a sewing kit. So it's a two-dimensional grid. That you can put things into. So you put items into. The shape doesn't matter. We're doing shapeless recipes. So you just have to have the right things in there. So two-dimensional grid, we want to be able to have variety of shaped containers. So for example, in this case, I have I think I set this as my woodworking station. Let's see, what is it called? This is my workbench. Like this. So this one's called the workbench. Need to fix that scaling issue there. Go to back this. So this one has these 4 slots and the corners can't access. If I come in here and I set this is a dumb container. But let's go to this one here. Let's change this from my workbench to my loom. And let me update my loom. My loom, right now it's like the left column is blanked out, but let's make it so that it's row 0, column 2. Row 0, column 2. And then let's get rid of these other ones. So my loom is gonna have a different shape than my workbench. So the loom has a different shape here. Like this. So the loom, you can't put stuff in there, you can put stuff in other stuff. So this one might maybe make it a 3x3. You're supposed to be able to drag and drop stuff. We're fixing that. But when you combine, let me come back here. This particular one's not gonna let us combine, I don't think, because it's not the right kind of container. Yeah, so let me switch this back. Let me switch this back to my workbench. My workbench, and it might actually clear these out now, I'm not 100% sure. So right now this is sort of a raft. This is a raft, and when you put a raft into a workbench, you get back 2 logs. So your combination of things will get here. Can I put these? Oh, I can't drag those logs over here. But I need to add a little thing where I can like drag things in here so you can play around with it. So I need like a fake inventory. But if you have 3 logs and a rope, it's going to make a boat. And then if you salvage a boat, you get 2 logs back. So you don't get all of the supplies back. And I can demonstrate that for you real quick. If I come in here and I set it so that way we have wood, and let's go with 2, 5, 6, and this one will be a rope. All right, so if we have 3 wood and a rope. So the idea is that you can have any type of recipes, right? So that just happens to be one of the recipes we've defined. So right now I have 2 recipes. I have my boat recipe, which takes 3 wood and a rope, and you get a boat. And then deconstruct boat happens to be another recipe that takes in a boat and produces 2 wood. So if I made this produce wood and rope, right? So I can modify this here. I'll show you in a second because I just did it. And we can make it so you get all the supplies back, right? But if I combine this, I actually get a boat now. It's a little bit hard to see. A stupid raft. These aren't clearing out properly right now. Does it add a lot of complexity having different grid layouts? So the idea was to make it so that it's relatively simple. I don't think it's crazy complex. It felt pretty straightforward. I can show you that code. So in our solution here, our crafting system, I have a crafting container. All right, so this is my crafting container, close others. And basically, instead of having like a 2-dimensional array, I have a dictionary from positions. So it has a grid, it knows what is in the grid. So this sort of like indexes from a position to the T is the type of thing that's there. And then I just keep track of the invalid positions like this. So it's not that hard to have that logic there. And so when I construct it, I just give it a list of all of the things all the positions it can't go in. So it's not particularly complex. This code, the whole crafting container is 92 lines of code. Not even that many, and a lot of them are just like these one-liner things. Not that much logic here. And then the UI, so the crafting container really quite short, as in my mind, quite short, relatively easy to test. James says, oh, nice. So you just built the grid you want and block up the slots you need. Yeah. So then I have a crafting container slot, and you can specify whether or not it is valid or not. So this is sort of like the rendered version. So when I go to initialize my UI, I build up my grid and I loop through my rows and columns. So this is looping through every row, every column, and I decide, is that position invalid? If that position's invalid, we say so. If it's not, we say otherwise. And that's how we get like the red and black, right? So the red right now is our invalid slots. Suni says, can I see the game? Yeah, this is what we got so far. We're working on it. We're getting this right. Can you play it? It's not, I can click combine. Play is a strong word. So just so you know, Suni, we are not making a game. We're building a crafting system that I'm hoping to be able to use in a variety of games. So I'm trying to build up a library we can use. So that's sort of what we got so far. It prevents us from putting these in illegal spots, which is beautiful. But right now, when I try and move these things, technically these things are like in these slots, but I think they're there, but they're not displaying. So we got to fix that. Jamie says, this will be open to everyone. Yeah, this is open source, my friends. If you wanted to, every single day, we can go link to what the code looked like at that day. So we have it open source here. So every day on the blog, I've been adding the code for that day. And it's going to be an open source project, so anyone can use it. Anyone who wants it can use it. That said, I don't know how good or bad it will be, but I'm hoping to use it in our Dungeon Crawler Jam in April. So I'm super excited about that. But yeah, we're making progress. Making progress. What jam? The game jam. The Dungeon Crawler 2023. April 1st through 8th. So I'm going to be starting on April 2nd. I'll be out of town on April 1st. But April 2nd, this is the game jam. So this happens to fall during my spring break. So April 2nd, probably through the 6th, maybe 7th. I'm going to be streaming myself implementing a game for this. So super excited about that. But yeah, thanks for asking. So now I think, though, I said let's make it so we have a boat in our crafting container right now, and you'll see when I combine the boat, I'll get my ingredients back over here. So that's the idea when this is done. If you click, if you were to click combine, I get the ingredients back because I changed my deconstruct recipe to have those things. Jenna says, cool. So I know that you built the dungeon generator. You're making the craftsman. What else is in the list? It depends on what people on my Discord suggest. So typically, I'll take a project from the Discord and try and do it. Inventories, it might be a thing I work on next. We'll see though. I create a coding language sounds really cool. So every week I try and do, every 2 weeks I try and switch up the project, do something new. So we'll see what we select from this list. But if you want to select something from this list, feel free to do so. Moonniz, we got that happy cloud, folks. Moonniz, everybody. Moonniz is an incredible streamer working on a Metroidvania base game on a stream. You gotta check it out. Give him some love, everybody. Moonniz has taught me everything I know about Unity. Absolutely incredible streamer. Hit that little heart button. Give him some love, folks. Give him some love. Love Moonniz, or else I'll be disappointed, you know. And then I might be disappointed, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll still love you. I'll still love you. Missing some chat now. Let me see. What did we miss? What did we miss? Cheap Gun says, what are your thoughts on Unity teaching C#? What coding things am I missing by only doing game dev? I like to code on the side as a hobby, developing stuff. I think you miss out on a lot of practical concepts. So Unity is what I would call a batteries included framework. It gives you a lot of stuff just off the bat. It's not saying that you can't learn C# doing Unity, but you're gonna learn a very specific brand of C#. So Unity and .NET are completely, I'd say, very different styles. The coding I do tends to be more traditional C#ish code. But there's nothing particularly wrong with it. I think it's hard to learn both simultaneous at the same time. James says, have you worked on a skills tech tree system? Could be useful to, add that to the Discord. Jammy. Suggest a project, skill tree. That sounds like a great idea. I like that. Mooniz says, I think some people actually learned quite a few things on stream today. Awesome, Mooniz. I'm glad to hear it. By the way, how was the stream? Tuber says, disappointment. What are we disappointed in, Tuber? Suumi says, I learned C# yesterday. Awesome. What is JSON? I can't run the debug mode. I think you're saying, what is JSON and JSON? JSON is just a file format. So it said JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And it's just a file format. It's just a file format for storing data. This is not what I want. JSON example. So it's just a file format that specifies how data is laid. It's what we call a machine readable file format that sort of has key value pairs. So if you know what a dictionary is, JSON is sort of like a really fancy dictionary. Not fancy dictionary, a really simple dictionary from string key values to data values. So it's just a way of storing data. It's a structured format for data. I hope that answered your question. Suni says, in my Visual Studio Code, you can't run the debug mode, specifically in Unity or for C# projects. Jamie says, those graphs make it look much more complicated than it's. Absolutely. Moona says, the stream was good. We created movable platforms. Yes, awesome. Had to rework them a little bit because they didn't work horizontally. Pressure plates work for both single activation and keeping pressure to activate. Also can pick up boxes and put them down. Very cool. Awesome. I'm looking forward to checking it out. We are making progress here today. They didn't work vertically. Gotcha. They're going up and down. For some reason, when we move these things, I think this is null. I think that item, if is invalid, return false. If try atom, return false. I think this is null. Let's take a look. Debug.log item is original slot.item. I think this is giving us null back, and I don't like that. Muna says, horizontal was working, but you kind of bounced when going up and down. So you had to make it smooth? Did you get it working where it's smooth up and down? How's the crafting going? It's going beautifully well. We're trying to get this working here in a bit. Sorry, Munez and Capcoder for asking here. I was AFK when someone asked you, why not parenting the platform to the player? Question, is it a short answer? Munez, I'll let you take it away, Munez. Item is null. Yeah, so our item's null for some reason. container slot. This should really be item at. So we should only actually access this if there's an item there. And for some reason it's null. And I don't quite understand. Where's clear item? Clear item's only being called here. We shouldn't be able to set item null. Oh. We try to add the item at this position. Item at is returning null. Let's try this again. Jamie says, sorry, Captain, am I messing up? No, not at all. You're not messing anything up. Mooney says, normally it's fine. My system uses a custom position value that I change and base my whole position around. So even if I child my player to an object, my movement system will overwrite anything that comes from a parent. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not qualified to answer that question because I think it's specifically about Mooniz's. So yeah, don't hesitate to ask that. So row 0, column 1. It's like when I grab this. Hang on. When I go to grab container slot on pointer down, do we set, all right, what is the item here? Debug.log in pointer down item here. Jamie says, thanks. We're so happy you asked, Jamie. That's what we want here. We want you to ask. Our whole point is to learn and code and grow together. So thank you for asking. Never, we want you to ask these questions. I know I do. So the item was a boat there on the pickup. Okay, so item was boat on pickup. But on release here, M dragging on move. We don't change anything on move. Original slot dot item is getting original slot. Where do we set this? Original slot. Reference 10 references. Yikes. Yeah, we both love questions, so don't hesitate to ask. Start drag. All right, so we take this position in the original slot. M original slot equals original slot. So those should be the same thing. What is it here? Debug.log in start drag M original slot dot item. Am I accidentally clearing this out somewhere? Let's take a look here. Excuse me. How long has we been since a break? We got to take a break soon, folks. It has been 83 minutes. Yeah, we got to take a break. I really want to finish number 2. We're almost there. I can feel it. In pointer. Okay, so in start drag, it's still there. Is it when we do the try move? Is that somehow clearing it out? Mooney says, I'm heading out to do some climbing now. Have a good day, everybody, and thanks you for Mr. Coder. Mooniz, as always, my friend, keep coding, keep growing. Have yourself a beautiful day, friend, and you are welcome back anytime. Thank you so much for all your help, Mooniz. Have a beautiful day. Enjoy your climb. What is going on here? Start drag. On pointer move, on drag release. The only thing I can think is that we are removing it here. So I'm gonna check before try move. Item is, and this will be after try move item is. Okay, let's try this. Jamie says, you climb, my man, enjoy it, and remember, vector.up. I love that. Jamie, for making me smile. That's a good one. For making me smile, Jamie. 50 points to you, my friend. That is a beautiful, fun little joke you did there. I love it. I remember, vector.up. Ah, that's wonderful. Here we go. In Star Trek, before move it is, okay, so try move must be clearing the item out. Let's go look at that. That's fascinating. Crafting container. Here, try move. Try move. Try move. Oh, because try move actually moves it. Okay, so after calling try move, we've actually changed the objects there. Okay, so that makes sense. We can't set the item. Instead, okay, this makes sense. Instead, the closest becomes set item in crafting container dot item at m original slot dot position, because this actually performs move. That's why it's null. So this, we're gonna set this item here. This is interesting. This is why I need a listener. This is why I need a listener, so that way these things can register themselves. Yeah, this set item's not gonna work because the underlying it changed. So I'm gonna do a real quick. This is gonna be a hack here just for today. Public void force update. And what this is gonna do is it's gonna say if container dot try item at position comma out item data results. Okay. So if there is an item at it, we set the icon.image equal to item to results.sprite.texture. So this is gonna force it to refresh itself. And ideally, what we should do is we should be notified by the crafting container that something changed, and we register ourselves saying, hey, I'm just listen to that spot. If that spot changes, notify me. But in our crafting controller here, we're just gonna say dot force update and m original dot force update. That's really what we gotta do, is if we try move and we're able to move, force these things to update. Let's try that. So I think it's updating it under the hood. Under the hood. There we go. There we go. We got some movage, folks. We can move our items around. Beautiful. I'm gonna add a little to-do here. That a better design. To do a better design would be to listen for changes on this position. So we would be able to register whether or not we'd say, okay, I'm this spot, I'm gonna listen to that spot, and if it changes, go ahead and do it. The last thing I wanna do is when we go to do the combine, if it's successful, we need to remove all of the items from the crafting container. So it would be crafting container. I want to add a clear. Try remove. We're just gonna, but for now, so crafting container dot clear. I'm gonna add in a clear to our crafting container. How much time do we have? Do we have time to do this before the break? 88 minutes, 2 minutes. Speed run, folks. Speed run. Dun, 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 dun. Need Eye of the Tiger playing. That's right, Giamo's coffee time. I gotta add in a clear here to our code. So crafting container, I want to add into our iCrafting container a clear method. Public void clear, and this is going to remove anything that's in there. This should tell me that I need to implement this. So we're going to implement interface. Implement explicitly. Okay. And then public void clear. This is going to do basically our grid dot clear. This should be super simple. Grid clear like this. Beep boop. 90 minutes have passed, folks. We gotta take a break. That should be enough to clear it out. And then we're gonna have a little bit in our iCrafting container. Our delegate here needs to have this as well. So down here, this becomes void iCrafting container dot clear, delegate dot clear. We're gonna do some stretchage. That's right, Jammy. We're gonna do some stretching when we get back. Let's make sure we didn't break any of the tests. I should probably write some new tests, but we're not gonna do all the tests past. Will it build? Bash build. While this is building, folks. We got built. Will these pass? Come on, tests. All the tests pass. All right, we're at Unity. Unity's gonna build this, folks. I'm gonna go get myself a little bit more Earl Grey tea. We will be back. I'm going for at least another hour, I think. We are just about to finish the wire up and perform the combine. I'm so excited about that. But we will be back in about 3 minutes, folks. Stick through. Bear with me. Grab that bear. Bear with me. When I get back, we're gonna do some blood flow exercise. Let's get some stretches, and then we are gonna hop back in. I shall return, folks. All right, folks. We are back. XD, nice try, my friend. Only I have the power of the coffee command. Only Captain can make the coffee folks show up when I want them to. That said, I'm back, folks. I am back just in time to keep XD here. XD was he was like, come on, we gotta get the captain back. I'm done with this coffee break. Come on, but I'm back. And you know what that means? It's time. It's time to get up and move a little bit, folks. We've been, 90 minutes is a long time to be stuck in one spot. So if you've been stuck in one spot, go and get up with me. Get up with me. Get on up. Get on up with the captain. We're gonna do some stretching, folks. We're gonna do some stretching. So get on up with me. We're gonna stretch out that lower body. We're doing some upper body stretching. Let's stretch out that lower body a little bit. I know you can't quite see it, but if you can, go ahead and grab that knee, pull it up. If you can't quite get there, maybe it makes sense for you to lay down on your back and get it. But get that knee up. If you can, hold that bounce and just pull it in tight. Pull it in tight. Get a nice little stretch going there. Oh, doesn't that feel good? If you can hold that, see if you can hold it up there. If this stretch is too much for you, that's okay. That's okay. If this stretch is too much for you, do a different stretch. Do a different stretch. Just get your blood flowing. That's the whole point of this, is to keep your body fresh. Get that blood strong. Try and keep that back straight. Notice I decided to hunch over there. You want to lower that leg down. Bring up that other leg. Bring up that other leg. Pull it in tight. Pull it in tight. Keep that upper back straight if you can. But get yourself a nice little stretch there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it should feel nice. If it hurts, it shouldn't hurt. It shouldn't hurt. Maybe a little bit of a tension when you get that stretch in there, but definitely shouldn't hurt. Oh, let that leg down. Let that leg down. We're gonna stretch out the quads now. Left leg up, grab that foot, pull that in. Pull that in, get that nice quad stretch going. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it should feel great. Doesn't it feel good? I hope it feels good for you. It feels good for me. Does it feel good for you? It feels wonderful for me. I hope it feels wonderful for you. Taking care of that body. Captain loves you. You should love you. If you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta take care of it. So get that stretch in. Janice says it feels amazing. I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear that. All right, go and let that down. We're gonna switch to the other leg. Get that other leg up. Pull it up. If you can't quite get these, that's okay. That's okay. If you really, really want to, if you can get into it, if you can lean into it, that's even better if you're not feeling quite that stretch there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Get that in there good. Get the whole family in there stretching with us. It's a family. It's a crew activity. Oh, let it down nice and slow. Nice and slow. We're gonna do some calf stretches now. I have this chair back. Let's see if I can have this chair back here. I'm gonna get my leg up here like this, and just slowly let myself down so I get a nice little stretch all the way down that upper leg down to that lower leg. Ooh, doesn't that feel good? If you don't have a chair to do, that's okay too. That's okay. No one's forcing you to do these stretches. I'd love if you do them. Love if you take care of yourself a little. Ooh, this one feels so good. All the way down the leg, upper leg, all the way to lower leg. A little bit in my glute as well. Oh yeah. Bring it up a little bit. Switch legs. Get that other leg up there. The way I do this with my left leg, so I have my right leg on, my left leg, I just slowly bend that leg. Careful not to lock the knee. If you lock the knee, that cuts off the blood flow and you don't get quite as good of a stretch. So like if you feel a lot of tension and you feel that kneecap engaged, see if you can relax that muscle a little bit so that blood flows all the way through that leg. Oh yeah. Ooh, this one's good. Bring it up. All right, folks, shake it out. Shake it out. Thank you so much for joining me in those stretches, folks. Got to take care of ourselves, take care of our body. Let's bring it on back in here. Bring it on back in. We're gonna keep going here in a moment. So let me, thank you for joining me in all of those. 50 points to all of you, because I know you were stretching with me, and the captain appreciates you stretching with me. So thank you very much for that. I love you. I hope you love yourself, and thank you so much. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we zoomed in a little bit too much? What do you guys think? How's the view? You guys like this view, or should I zoom out? What do we think? Is this the right amount of view zoomage? I think this might be the right amount. No. We'll pull it back. We'll pull it back a little bit. Or else, we can only... Shiny says, seems fine to me. That's right. So we'll zoom it out a little bit. Yeah, you can only see my eye. That's right. So we have our crafting box where we can drag things around it. This is awesome. The one thing that I think we got to do, drag around, if I do combine, I need to make it so you'll notice there is no item. It thinks there's an item there, but there's not. There's not actually an item there. So we got to make this clear itself out. So my crafting container, we just built this. We put it over there. When we attempt, got to rebuild this. Reload this window. Royal C-Dub checking those points, 3,555 points. Wow, ranked 29. XD's got 604 points, ranked 162. Not bad, my friend. Not bad. You can almost get yourself a little AI story, XD. Just a little bit more, a few more pointages over there. You get yourself a nice little AI generated story. Can become eternally embedded in the Discord, my friend. All right, so this attempt combine, we're gonna do a clear, and then we need to force all of our slots to update. So I don't quite like this, but for each crafting, what do we call it? Each one of our crafting container slots in our input grid. Slot in input grid. We're gonna force it to update. And the force update needs to do the try item out here. So if there isn't an item, the icon dot image can we do, hang on, I think we can do this. No, we'll do an if here just to make sure. Else image equals null. So we don't know for sure that it's null, it's undefined. I should write a little I need to add some documentation here, but this method should say that if this is a false, this value is undefined. So in this case, do icon image equals null. Either that or we could add a nullable type to it and say that it returns null otherwise, or sets that value to null. That might be the way to do it. That would be interesting. All right, so I think when we hit combine, it'll clear it out now. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot today. Let's give it a shot. Now, can we combine? Yes, we can combine. We just need to have an inventory now to put stuff in there. What's interesting is when I click on this thing, where is this coming from? Container slot, line 57. Item equals null. Gotcha. So is invalid, event item. So in this case, we should say container dot has item at position. So if we doesn't have an item at this position, then we're not going to do anything. Gotcha. Here we go. Get rid of that. Oh, got to reset that timer. Reset. We just took a break, my friends. We can reset that break timer. For being here to witness a mistake, though, I forgot to reset the timer. 50 points to all of you, because I forgot to reset that break. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience, my friends. I am so sorry for the inconvenience. Okay. I should be able to click on these. Yeah, no exceptions now. I can move this around. I can click combine. I get my results there. I can't do anything with these, which is fine. What I'm gonna do is maybe I can make it so you can drag these back so we can like go back and forth between the two. That said, I kind of want to make a little little drag and drop thing that I can click and it'll add things into it. 1134 Sumit says, hi, buddy. Sumit, my friend, happy Saturday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to see you here on this beautiful day, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Might even be Sunday for you, depending on where you might be. But happy Saturday, happy day. Welcome aboard. Do not hesitate to ask questions, but welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy to see you. All right, so we click combine. Our combine button's working. So I'm gonna do a commit here because we made some excellent progress. So, hang on, cancel. Feat, implement, or connect UI to crafting container model. There we go. Sumit says, thank you, sir. You're welcome. You are very, very welcome, my friend. No, thank you. What I should do is say thank you for being here, for making this all worthwhile. Okay, so we got that. It works. That's all I can really say is that it does work. And so I believe we have it wired up. We just don't have, wire up UI grid to use recipe data and perform combine. We did it. We done did it. So let's test it out. So if I have my boat there, that works. Let's also, let's make a different, let's add into our UI. If I were to instead, when we construct it, instead of adding the boat, let's add in a wood. All right, so just to test this, when I click combine, it should not work. We shouldn't get anything. I might make something that, like, if it fails, it shows up a little thing. Donnie asks, what's up, Captain? Donnie, not a whole lot. We are making a crafting box and it's working. This crafting box is working. It's so exciting, my friend. We just got this working. You're here just in time. But Donnie, happy Saturday. How are you, my friend? It's so nice to see you. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so we have a wood there. Perfect timing. That's exactly right. And in fact, I can do this now. I can actually do crafting container dot try add item. Crafting container dot try add item 0 1 or row 0 column 1 database dot wood. Let's add in a wood, and a rope. 1, 2, skip a few. Like this, wood, rope. And where these are in the grid shouldn't matter, and I don't think they do. We'll play around with it a little bit because our unit test made it go. Donnie says, I'm good. I'm taking the day to explore Godot 4. Awesome. I'm looking forward to exploring that myself at some point. I've had a lot of fun with Unity, but Godot looks really, really cool too. And it runs in the web browser. I hear it runs, the whole thing runs in a web browser, which is fascinating. I want to understand more about that. I don't think the C# version will run in the web browser, but we'll find out. We shall see. Okay, and then what I want to do is I need to force it to update. So I'm just gonna write a quick little helper here. Force update. All right, so we're gonna create a thing called force private void force update, and force update's just gonna loop through each of the children containers and force them to update as well. All right, so then I call force update, and similar on the attempted combine, we'll do a force update as well. Force update. And like I said, this should be something that has a notification. Donnie says, Unity's been my bread and butter, but Godot is a game changer. Truly. What do you like about Godot compared to Unity? I'm just curious. Sumit says, good night, buddy. Good night, Sumit. Have yourself a beautiful evening. Keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. You are welcome back anytime. All right, so let's run this. It shouldn't matter where these things are in the container. And we get a boat. We get a boat. All right, and if I click combine, it doesn't give me, I don't get another one. It's hard to tell. I need to get rid of these debug logs. Let's get rid of those. Suma says, I am from India and I'm in the United States, my friend. I am in the United States. In pointer down, in start drag. Let's search for debug. Over here, debug. We don't need these. We were debugging a thing. And we just had some logical. Oh, this is an assert we need. Okay. All right. I'm very, very happy with this. We just finished this step here. All right, so we have managed to finish item number 2, wire up the UI grid to use a recipe database and perform the combine. We just finished this. We just finished up clearing. What did we change? We did a commit a moment ago. What did we really change? Remove some debug lines and consolidated force update. So we'll add these in. Chore, remove debug logs and consolidate force update. Beautiful, it's beautiful, it's beautiful. Gonna do a push here. Really, really happy with the results we have going on, folks. Really, really happy with this. Oh yeah, so now we gotta cross this off. For being here to witness this momentous occasion. For being here to witness, we need to make it a little easier to play with, but we finished this. This works. We can wire it up to the recipe database and perform combines. Beautiful. For being here to witness this momentous occasion, folks. Add points. Everyone gets 50 points, so thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here to see this through. Donnie says, looking at the new features, they've made it very easy and fluid. 2D map making looks easier than ever. Awesome. Awesome. I gotta check it out. But I'm so happy right now. So this thing, I don't think we're gonna quite finish number 3, but we're gonna start out. We're gonna give it a go. I would like to finish this up, and then tomorrow we can just work on adding a little bit of polish. The idea with this really, and then the bonus make UI much nicer. Yeah, so that's probably what tomorrow will be, making the UI much nicer. Implementing a recipe database builder. So right now I have an item database, and the item database is kind of dumb in that I have to drag all the items in. I have to drag in all the recipes to get it here. I would like to write an editor script, or even just a little button I can press on my item database that goes and it searches, it scans, and it builds up my item and recipe database for me. And so that's sort of what I want to do. I want it to recursively search through the file structure for items and recursively search through the file structure for crafting categories. Does that make some sense? I think this is a convenience thing for me more than anything. All right, so I would like my item database to have a button on it that I can press that says scan. Donnie says, I sent a video in the Discord general that highlights the new features, worth the watch whenever you have the downtime. Awesome. Thank you so much, Donnie, for that, for your contributions to the Discord, my friend, for sending it along. I appreciate it. 25 points to you. 25 points. I appreciate that very much. Okay. So implement recipe database builder. Oh, we got a seems good chain going. Can we get some seam goods, folks? Can we get some seems good? Can we get some seam good? Can we finish this seems good chain? Is it possible? Do we have enough people that feel like it seems good? Do we have enough? We got 3. We got 3. No. Oh, we got 4. We got 4. That might be it. The other people might be lurking. In that case, we may never get there, folks. We just may never get the seems good, and that's okay. Oh,
Seems good.
an immortal kid. An immortal kid saving the day. Saving the day. It does seem good. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's go. That's right. There it is. We got enough people to get that seems good, and I appreciate all of you for being here to witness it. So we are going to refactor here. Art, how was your walk, your afternoon? How was the sun was beckoning to you? Still at it? How's it going? It's going beautifully well, my friends. We have our crafting working. We just don't have like an inventory system, really. So I have it hard coded, where our crafting system has these items by default, and you can't drop them into these slots. You should be able to swap positions. You can swap positions with other things. And then if you click combine, you combine, we get a boat over here. Right? So we can't do anything with that. We can't drag or drop it. But we got the result here. And so the idea is this would like go in your inventory or something along those lines. And then I'll demonstrate real quick if I were to, but yeah, we have a crafting system is what I'll say. If we go here, if we force us to have a boat and it registers on our, so let's make this have a boat in it. So if we instead have a boat, it detects which recipe we have, and using that recipe builds things out. That's right, Art. It's my very own Horadric cube. Exactly. So I'm pretty stoked about this whole thing here. So we have a boat here, and combine it, we get the components of that boat back out, and so that's cool. I'm pretty happy with that. There. What I would like to do now. And so essentially, if you were to build out, we have a little system for building out recipes and stuff. So we can just make more things. So let me just show you real quick. Let's go to our items. Items here. Let's make a new item. All right, so we have wood, rope, boat. Wood, rope, boat. I can make it, let's go with a nunchuck. Is it nunchaku? Nunchaku. Is that how we do it? Nunchaku. Nunchaku. Yeah, we're gonna do some nunchaku. So nunchaku. We're gonna generate. Let's go to Leonardo AI. Let's generate some nunchaku. Or I could just steal one of these. I just don't want to get in trouble. Leonardo AI. Let's add an item. Let's add in some nunchaku. So we're gonna add in a nunchaku recipe. Go back to our items real quick. Nunchaku. Right now it's just a log. We'll get a better sprite for that. And then nunchaku. Biosys file name nunchaku. Name of the item nunchaku. Nunchucks, the least throwable weapon. Yes, the nunchucks. And then we're in our recipes. We'll create a new recipe, and this is going to be nunchaku recipe. And we take in two wood, and a rope, and we'll keep it in woodworking. We could change that actually. We'll keep it on woodworking, and this is going to produce nunchaku. All right, but I need to get a different icon just for fun. Let's log in real quick. Let's go get us a nunchaku. AI generator. All right, let's see if we can get some digital art. Nunchaku. Digital art. Let's see what we can get. Let's see if we can get anything good. That's right, the nunchucks, the least throwable weapon. I like that a lot. That's hilarious. But yeah, the whole system is sort of set up nicely to hopefully be able to, like, it's a non-coding solution for all of your crafting recipes. That's the idea. So we have all of the logic built in behind, and someone could take this library, drop it into their project, and now they have a system. Donnie Hostillo says, "AI Internet, the way of the future." It's the way of prototyping, I believe. I don't know if it's the way of the future. I definitely think it's the way of prototyping. Let's see if we can. Yes, this will be our item here. Let us remove the background on this. Let's see if this. Yeah, this was. I probably needed to do a better prompt. Let's see if this will get us a better prompt here. Let's see what the background. Let's just remove the background. No background. Good enough. This is what we're gonna use. Save that real quick. Give me a moment. Did I crash? Here we go. Nunchaku. Let's open this in the GIMP real quick. Open with GIMP. All right, and then we'll be able to. We need to shrink it down a little bit to be 128 by 128. No, Art. It's not a taking a point ballpoint pen. It's nunchaku. It's a nunchaku. What are you saying? What do you mean? It looks like nunchaku to me. It's perfect. It's as good as it gets. Let's delete that. We'll delete that a little bit. We'll take out this chunk here. What do you know, Art? You're just an artist. You're just an artist. You don't know anything about art. It's a baton. Perfect. We're gonna image scale down 128, and then we're gonna export as, and we're gonna put this into our project assets sprites. Nunchaku. Dev says, going to be lurking very well, my friend. Thank you for the lurk. Everyone, real quick, while we're doing this, did you know Art is a game developer? He's creating his very own game engine in C++. Absolutely amazing to watch him think and work. I love it. Creating a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet, a swords and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash game. You got to check him out. Check him out on Twitch, everybody. Click that follow. Yeah. You're gonna make dinner. Ooh. I'm about to make myself some breakfast after this stream. All right. Yeah, everyone's eating. Send me pictures of their breakfasts and stuff. It looks so good. All right, so we have a nunchaku here. So if we go to our items, nunchaku, we can specify nunchaku like this. So it's going to be our thing here. The one thing that's annoying right now is in my item database, I have to explicitly say, okay, well now make sure you have this in here. I would like to have a tool where I click a button and it automatically finds all the recipes. No chucking of ballpoint pens in my game either. That's fair. All right, so now in our crafting container, let's go ahead and do two wood and a rope, and let's see if we can construct the nunchaku. Proton, thank you for the raid, my friend. Proton.
Whoa.
That's right. Whoa, folks, everybody. If you don't know Proton, you don't know what you're missing out. If you don't know Proton is an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphician. Absolutely incredible. Listen to this music. This is Proton. This is a Proton original, folks. Amazing music. You gotta check it out. If you're not following Proton, you're totally missing out. Proton, there it is. You gotta give him a follow. Oh, I gotta wait 12 seconds. But welcome, Raiders. So happy to have you here. We are in the process of, we just finished implementing a very simple is not quite the right word, crafting system. We don't have an inventory to put things, but if we take 2 sticks and a rope, we combine them into some nunchaku. The nunchaku there. All right, so that's the process for creating recipes at this point. Pretty cool, pretty straightforward. I'm gonna do here real quick. Feat, implement, or add chore. Add nunchaku, item and recipe. So I'm super excited about that. One thing that might be interesting to do is actually have the recipe be attached to the item data itself. Art says, okay, I need to lurk and make and eat dinner. Really can't wait to see you combine this with your dungeon crawler, which I hope you'll do. I'm planning to. April, my friend, during the art, that's going to be an exciting time. Yeah, but Proton, thank you so much for thank you so much, my friend. I'm so happy you're here. I hope you had a beautiful stream. Everyone, real quick, give Proton some love. Hit that heart, my friend. Give Proton some love. I love Proton stream. Amazingly, it's just so relaxing and some awesome. If you want to watch someone coding in assembly and listen to some awesome music and coding music, it's mwah. Delicious. I don't understand the colon in conventional commits. Oh, Jammy, that's just sort of, you can think of that as a like prefix heading. So it's helpful on it. So what I'll say, Jammy, this is a good question. It is helpful if you're on a team to have a consistent, what am I trying to say? On a team, everyone should be following the same committing structure, and that is a structure that is pretty common, so you can see what type of commit it is. I hope that makes sense. So it's more useful on a team than it is on an individual project. We've got Overgames. Welcome to the crew again. Overgames, I'd like to welcome you. Overgames, I'd like to say thank you for being here, being part of the crew. Overgames, welcome aboard. Overgames, let me know if I got that right. I think it's Overgames. If it's not Overgames, let me know. Maybe it's 0v3 Rgams. But happy Saturday, welcome aboard, welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you didn't know it, Captain Coder is a computer science educator, and we're here to learn and code and grow together. And so don't hesitate to ask any questions you might have, and backseat coding is absolutely encouraged and welcome. Jamie says, why the semicolon? It's just a convention to separate it out. It doesn't need to be there. It's about what your team's doing and what tools you're using and how you want to do it. And Immortal Kid, thank you so much for the explanation, my friend. Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Here we go. So you saw that process. If you were here, you saw the process of me making that item and adding it to my database. What I'd like to do is add an option in my item database to automatically scan. So in my item database, I would like to have the following. I would like to have a following: public bool scan for recipes on start. Private set. And this will be a field, serialized field. So the idea with my item database is that Jamie says, but my actual question was a bit deeper and specific to the semicolon. What semicolon? You mean just the regular colon? So here I did chore colon. So your question is, why am I doing colon instead of just chore do a thing? You're specifically asking about the colon. It's just convention. There's no particularly good reason, except that's the convention that you've chosen to do at your workplace. And the colon can be nice for parsing. So you're saying using the colon instead of just nothing? The colon can be a nice little separator in whatever program's using there to say, okay, take everything before the colon and tag it and find whatever code we need to do with it. So it's a parsing thing, mostly for machines reading it. That would be what I would say. It's probably makes it much easier to parse out, saying, okay, well, I'll do a colon and then I'll match on the thing on the left side of that colon. So for tooling, I imagine it makes it much, much easier. Okay, so what I want to do is be able to check scan for recipe on start. And this will, instead of using the recipe list you have here, is going to scan for all of your recipes. Jamie says, oh, okay, it's because in 2 workplaces, one used without and one with semicolons. That makes sense. Kevin says, another good way to handle things is to do branches around features. Absolutely. Absolutely use branches around features. I highly, highly encourage it, especially on a team. Since I'm not on a team, I've been a little bit lazy about it. Yeah. Caveman crafting, when I'm working on a team, I absolutely do it. So the main thing is I'm not always sure what my feature is. So if I had like a ticket system and stuff, my stuff is also prototypey. I haven't been using it. I did it on one project and that was all right. But on a team, it's an absolute must. I would never want to work on a team without Git workflow branches, feature branches. Anamorph says, yep, just convention. At my work, we use Jira words here. Then we have GitHub auto link set up, and that goes off Jira off commits by clicking on Jira items, but it doesn't work. It doesn't follow the command, it breaks it. Rail C-Dub, welcome to Lurk Mode. MMO Pug, good luck clearing the snow, my friend. Okay, so if scan for recipes on start, we could also add a little button that just is like click scan for recipes. That would be interesting. Ooh, I wonder about that. Here, we got public void is it on validate or validate? Hang on. I have a little thing I'm gonna try. Validate scriptable objects. Let's go look at the documentation here. Mer says, so too long, didn't read Jammy. Do whatever your employer wants. Yeah, that's part of it. Donnie Hostila says, I still don't understand get and set. Okay, well, let's talk about that real quick. Let me get this documentation up. I want to say on validate. Yeah, on validate. I'm going to do a thing with on validate here. Void on validate. Validate. So get and set are just convenient words for getting and setting values. You can think this is shorthand for the following. Instead, I could write, so typically in other languages, in some languages, you might do something called public item data get wood. And this is a return wood. So I'd have some variable up here, private item data wood. And instead of having this getter, I would have this method called getWood. So get set are just methods that let us interact with this easily. So C# provides a getter instead of this, called an auto property. It says, well, this is actually a method. And so when people call get and set, there's an underlying field behind it. And the benefit of doing this is you can actually change the logic. So let me show you how that works. So I hope that makes sense, Donnie. Get and set here are just creating methods on a field. And that's considered good practice. It's called encapsulation. So you're encapsulating that data. The world should be able to access this value, but I'm the only one that should be able to set it. And the benefit of doing this is later on, if I want to change it. So for example, let me go to my crafting container data. So in this one here, you can actually add an implementation to the Git. So in this case, I have a Git on my crafting container, and that's associated with this delegate, but you can actually write an implementation. So it's just a shorthand that C# provides for convenience to reduce your boilerplate code. I hope that answered your question. Caveman says, another good practice is doing a Git rewrite right before you merge and squishing commits to a single commit that speaks to what you changed. It's hard to see, but you can create quite long descriptions in commits. Yeah, so this is often called a squash merge as well. So, you know, in most not most, but in a lot of workplaces, when you go to merge stuff in, it should be a single feature commit at the end of the day. And you can go and you can see the story of how things changed. But then when you merge into the main branch, you often do a squash, and it'll squash it down to a single feature. Jamie says, we do the same but only on merge requests to keep commits cleaner. I think it can be easy to avoid squashing if you follow the conventional commit to the point. Avoid writing long descriptions. Perfect, Donnie. I'm glad you got it. Commits should tell a story as a part of it. That said, you can end up with a long description if you have a big feature. Okay. So I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna make it so that way, actually, when I check, I'm gonna check this box, scan for recipes. All right, so on validate, anytime this thing changes, we're gonna do the font. It says if scan for recipes, debug.log scanning, and then we're gonna set scan for recipes equals false. So I have an idea here. So that way, when we change this, if you want it to scan for recipes, you can just click this checkbox. And we get scan for recipes and it's gonna run. So instead of adding a little button here, that's gonna trigger it to validate. All right, so this will trigger anytime something in here changes, it triggers that. And so that's gonna help us scan for recipes. This is an editor only thing. So the idea is wherever my item database is, it's gonna scan all of the subfolders for items and recipes. Mr. Ness says, wow, still streaming, what's cooking? We are cooking a crafting system up, Mr. Natural. Happy Saturday, welcome my friend. Happy Saturday, welcome aboard. So I'm gonna put this in sort of my root here. We're gonna call this game data maybe. And then we'll create a folder in here called item database. Create folder item database. All right, I'm gonna put everything in here. I'm gonna create another folder called items. Like this. And then I'm gonna move my crafting stuff in here. So the idea is this item database is gonna scan for things adjacent to it for recipes and items. That said, maybe I could actually make it so that way, hang on, can I do this? Public asset folder. Can I do an asset? Yeah, I'm not sure I can do that. I was gonna say, can I put a folder and it says which folder to scan? Unity folder asset. What is the serialized asset type for folder? I don't think there is one, because you could move the folders. I don't think have metadata. I don't think so. Yeah. So I don't think we can do that there. G says, okay, I'm off to cooking now. Enjoy your dinner, G. Thank you so much for hanging out. It's been an absolute pleasure having you here. Enjoy yourself, my friend, and have a beautiful day. Creates a new folder in the specified parent folder. The parent folder must start. Oh, this is interesting. Asset database. Interface for accessing asset and performing operations on assets. What is an asset database? Get the refresh import mode. Create asset. Export package extract. Find asset. Search the asset database using the search file string. A database for assets, it seems. Yes, correct. Get all asset bundles. Get all assets. Get all asset bundle dependencies. Caveman, oh, black magic now, exactly. Get the asset paths from asset bundle. But yeah, my idea is I would like to find all the assets and subfolders of this one. So on validate, if we're scanning for recipes, okay, man, join the dark side. We have many tools that the Jedi shun. That's true, such as rage and anger, and lots of fascinating, interesting side effects. Open asset with the associated application. Save assets. I wonder. Asset database. I'm so curious. Asset database. All right, so let's just. I'm gonna try a thing. Asset database. Oh, what do I gotta import here? Unity editor. Okay. Using. Yeah, that's the one I want to look at. That's what I want to look at. So using Unity editor. So we got to be careful here. So we should say, what if? So how do I sell it? I forget exactly. Is it Pragma Unity in editor mode? Unity in Pragma editor mode. If Unity editor. Oh, it's just an if Unity editor? Gotcha. There's no Pragma. So if Unity editor end if? Is that right? End if. Okay. So we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do this. Like that. So we don't need the onValidate if we're not here. So assets database dot find assets. The filter contains search data. See below for the details in folders. Okay, cool. Caveman Craft says asset database is quite useful for implementing databases. That's right. We're gonna take a look at it. Unity Coder, thank you so much for helping me out there for your contributions. 50 points, my friend. And Caveman Crafting, you are also being quite helpful, my friend. 50 points to you both. I appreciate you being here to look at it. Find assets. What is find assets doing? The filter string can contain search data. See below for details. Okay. Let's come back up here. Find assets. In this case, we should be able to do like a T. The folder's where the search will start. Description, name, labels, types. I want to do a T. Yeah, I think I should be able to do the font. I should be able to do a T. Item database. Yeah. So I should be able to do item data. I should be able to do, what are the type? Game recipe data. Should be able to do that. Right, so for now, T game, and then I'm gonna do like this. T name of game recipe data. Like that. Cameron saying the other thing is if you expect them to be in a specific spot, you can also use load all assets at path. That will give you all of them from a specific folder. For now, this is what I think I care about. The array of matching the GUIDs will be returned if no matching assets. So string GUIDs debug.log. Let's see what we get back here. String.join comma GUIDs like this. Let's see what happens when we do that. And I'm gonna have to give it a folder. So I want it to be in like subfolders, so I can have like different crafting databases in different spots. But we get the GUIDs, we get 3, because that's how many we have. Let me clear out this. Okay, so getting an asset by the GUID. GUID. To GUID from asset. GUID from asset path. GUID to asset path. To asset path, and then using that asset path, can I find that thing? Find assets, get asset path. Is this the right way to go? GUID. Asset path to GUID, GUID from asset. Try GUID and local file identifier. I need to turn it into an asset, so Load asset at path. Load asset at path. Returns the first asset object of the given path. Okay. Let's see if we can use this so we can get the GUID here. All right, we really care about the paths, so we get these back. Use GUID to aspect to get the path, then path to load asset at path. Yes, so then we should be able to do, let's get some link in here. Using system.link .select asset database dot asset GUID to asset path. All right, so we find it like that. So asset data, we're gonna find the assets. We're gonna get the paths. I'm gonna change this to a var for now. Then we're gonna do select. What does load do? Find asset. Load asset returns an object. So load asset at path. Like this. So we should be able to then do load asset at path. Asset database dot load asset at path. Select doesn't like that. What are the arguments to load asset at path? Okay, man. Link leads to lambdas. Lambda leads to fear. Fear leads to the dark side. Come to the dark side. Asset path and type. Okay, so we have to give it a type here. That's easy. Is there an alternative where we could do a type on this, which would be our game recipe data? Can we do that? We can. All right, so this should give us back a bunch of assets. And this is an IEnumerable, which is what we need for our database. And then we'd say that recipe database equals .toList. Hang on. What is the type? What is the type of this? This is give me back a var data. Select. This should return game recipe data. That's interesting. To list. Import asset just takes a path. Load asset at path and does kind of the same thing as load asset. I'm surprised this isn't a list of. Oh, it's a list of item. Oh, game recipe data. Okay, this is correct. And then we're gonna do recipe database equals new. No. Recipes equals. Hang on, I should be able to do this. I just had the wrong variable. Recipes equals. Rosita, when you raid, you should raid Klaxon 42. We'll take a look at what we're doing. I'll look, Royal C-Dub. Thank you for the suggestion. We've rated Klaxon, I think, twice this week. So we'll see who's on. We'll see who's on. But I do appreciate the recommendation. Okay, so let's see if this works. And we'll have to change the thing there. Autistic Games, do you also listen to that terrible music, or is that just for viewers? Autistic Game Dev, that's kind of insulting. I hope you're joking. Sweet, so it loads up there. So this is a chiptune by our very own Proton. I think this music's absolutely awesome. So this works if I were to add in a new recipe. Here, let's change this to another recipe. Like this. Yeah, so here we go. And we come to our item database like this, and we add it in. There we go. Yeah, so now it loads it. It's not from the sub things here. That's a much better way to say it. I appreciate you. Thank you for the apology. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is we're showing off little Protons music. Donnie says, nothing I listen to on my own, but I enjoy hearing it. We are in a video game. Yeah, that's the point. So this is music by the, very, very amazing Proton does. This is music that is composed on Commodore 64. So it might not be quite your taste because it's a chip tune. But I find it absolutely great. I love it. That said, we have been listening. No, we got rated here. Yeah. We'll try the next one for you. Let me know if this one's any better, Autistic Game Dev. Thank you so much for popping in, though. Happy Saturday. For anyone who doesn't know, Autistic Game Dev is actually developing a Unity asset for 3D Grid. I was in your stream earlier. It was awesome. Autistic Game Dev says, I listen to Supertramp chip tunes, but for coding or to listening someone talking, it's too crazy. How loud is it? It shouldn't be super loud. Let me look here. The music, let's see here. I usually try and keep it, I'll turn it down just a little bit. I try and keep it so it's in the background there. But yeah, anyone doesn't know, Autistic Game Dev is actually a, as the name might suggest, a game developer currently working on a tool for doing 3D grids. Hoping to release that in the asset. So I think you're on day 16 or so. I think I saw you earlier this week. But yeah, feel free to tell us a little bit more about your game. If you have any links, just a sec. I'm gonna permit you in just a second. Autistic Game Dev there. You got 600 seconds. If you want to post any links, feel free to do so in there. All right, so now I actually want to specify the folder I'm in. So the question is, can I get the folder that I am in? I probably can. So in this case, it'd be asset database dot GUID to asset path. And the GUID would be like this dot GUID. Does this thing have a GUID? How do you get a GUID off of an object, off of a scriptable object? GUID scriptable object get GUID. This isn't what I want. I want to find the asset path that is the object I'm using. The object that I am. So I know I'm a scriptable object Unity. Let's see if there is anything in the API that helps me out here. GUID. It doesn't have anything like get instance ID. This dot get instance ID. What is instance ID? Get the instance ID. The instance ID of the object when used to call in it, it's an int. No. Dot recipe database 2-string set dirty fastening. It's not the GUID for an asset. It should be though, because it's a scriptable object. It's the one that's there. It's not the GUID for an asset. Oh, I know that wasn't. I want to find the GUID of the specific scriptable object. Scriptable object find GUID Unity. How to get unique ID? I want to get the asset scriptable object find asset GUID. Autistic says it's not the GUID for the asset. You have to get the scriptable object that's that you can use. Load asset. So this is the scriptable object that I want. Whatever instance of this one, I want to get it. So it would be asset database.load. So I'm curious. So I'm new. Just so you know, I'm new to Unity. I've only been using it for about 2 months, really. I've used it a little bit before that for some hacking some stuff together. GUID or path, asset path. Get text meta file from asset path. Given asset path to GUID. I can also like have it be self-referential, which would be dumb though. Yeah. Asset get asset path instance ID. Okay, let's give that a shot. Asset database dot get asset path instance ID. Could I do this? String path equals debug.log path. Let's give that a shot. Autistic game dev to the rescue, my friend. Autistic game dev, 50 points to you for your contributions, my friend. Thank you so much for that. Shady says, easy one, make a resource folder, put stuff in it, use resource. You want to be really, really careful, really careful with that resources folder, Shady. That works. Yeah, so we don't have to do... Oh, so I just want... Yeah, so we don't have to do get instance ID. Aren't instance IDs changing every time? Yeah. So this is a scriptable object, though it should be unique. This is gonna work for me, but I want to get the starting path shouldn't include the last little part. So I guess I want to do a substring on it. Let me know if I'm dumb here, because I'm not the best here. Dot split. Caveman says you definitely will need to add some sort of validation prior to instantiating things. Well, do not need to be careful if those calls are made on a wake to initialize scene. I'll take again, instance IDs change for every instance, but not when the object is already in a scene, for example. Gotcha. But yeah, be careful with your resources folder, Shady. Unity resources folder. Everything in your resources folder gets like loaded into memory when your program starts. Although you can use the resources folder, tutorial resources are deprecated. They might contain outdated information. And so the resource is a common way to get this. Improper use of the resources can bloat the size of the project, lead to uncontrolled excessive memory and utilization, and increase the project startup time. So just be careful with it. You want to use it with very specific ideas in mind. Always included in the build. Gotcha. So from what I understand, you just want to be careful what you put in there. I have used it. I'm not saying I've never used it. You just got to be careful what's in there. Good thing though is all my assets are in there. Yeah, so just make sure. Yeah, so essentially they say don't use it. It's like it's deprecated as far as I understand. Yeah, so that's a good question. I'm not sure what the real alternative is. Probably something with scriptable objects, but I don't know for sure. So this path here, I really want everything after the last slash. So I'm gonna do a split on the slashes. And then I want to take all but the last one. Can I do a -1 like this? Is this an option in? I want all, wrong number of indices inside. Split, I want all but the last one. C# substring all but last. C sub array all but last. I'm gonna take all but the last. Is there a shorthand syntax for that? Take, not quite. That's too bad. So I want to take all but the last thing here. So we're gonna do path else, and I'm gonna do string bop Joe Pie. You can use the addressable packages as an alternative to using resources for asset handling. Good to know, Bob Joe Pine. I'm new to Unity, so I appreciate you letting us know. I think there's going to be a solution, but thank you, Bob Joe Pie, for that recommendation, for your contributions to the conversation, Bob Joe Pie. 50 points, my friend. Thank you so much for that. String path is going to be path L dot or join. All right, so it should be string.join slashes path L dot 0 to, is this right? 0 comma, can I do this 5? Why does my brain want to be able to do this? 0 colon. Can we just not do this in C#? Donnie says, all right, Captain, going to make lunch and get back to Godot. Awesome, awesome. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend Donnie. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Have yourself a beautiful day. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Nameless Coder, welcome back. Welcome back. C# has stuff like that for strings, I thought. So we're gonna do, can we do a take? We're gonna do a take path L dot length -1, like that. This feels dumb. This feels so dumb. But we're gonna try that. Debug dot log our path. I hate this. This doesn't feel right to me. You wish ... says stop easy faking it, man. Stop easy faking it, man. What do you mean? I don't know what stop easy. What is easy faking it? Autistic Game, are you making the crafting system for a game? So on my Discord, I try and do a new project every week here. Try and do a new project every week here. Let's switch up the music a little bit real quick. One sec. Bear with me. Everyone grab your bear with me just for a moment. Just for a moment. Let's get a little bit of lo-fi in here. You were right. I was having a little bit of great music, but I want something a little bit calmer here. Give me a moment. Let me find this. Bear with me. Bear with me. We're gonna do Secure Dreams. Here we go. You wish as it means you were fooling yourself by taking the easy way out. Stop easy faking it. Oh, okay. I've never heard that. All right. So Autistic Game Dev. This is a great question. I was asked on my Discord, someone said, could you implement, we do a project every 1 week, every 2 weeks. The longest one we've done is 3 weeks. And someone said, how would you implement a crafting system? And so that's what we're doing. We're implementing a crafting system. I have a little bit, I'm hoping to use it in this game jam in April. But if anyone's interested, you can actually go check out, every day I've been putting up a blog post. And so our goals for me were to learn about scriptable objects, using DLLs in Unity, and the new UI toolkit. And then so it's like a relatively simple, logically one. Autistic Game says, I have the Dungeon Crawler art pack. Nice. Trouser, I'd like to thank you for following. I said, trouser, welcome to the Academy. Boop, boop, boop. Trouser, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I absolutely appreciate you being here. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am a computer science educator. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14, but we're here learning to code, learning to grow, and build a nice little community here for educating ourselves. I have been doing C# for about a little less than 2 years. Been learning Unity for about 2 months. And so we're learning to code here together. Autistic Games, or was it the original EOTB? I'm not sure what that is. The original EOTB. I have the Dungeon Crawler art pack. Did I miss something? But yeah, the idea is that... I have the Beholder. Absolutely. Gotcha. Yeah. So the idea is I'm hoping to build this crafting system to use in this Dungeon Crawler game jam in April. So I'm really excited about that. Someone suggested it, and I was like, oh, that'd be a really cool thing to do. Last week, or I guess 2 weeks ago, we started doing a procedurally generated dungeon. So we built a dungeon generator in 2 weeks, 13 days. And so we built this procedural generated dungeon, which generates these 2D dungeons. So you specify the rooms. These $ are things that can attach, where different things can attach. Then you specify this generation tail. So the things on the left are text files, and the thing on the right is sort of like the weight, the probability it'll be generated. And then it generates these sort of text files. And then you can get that to render in Unity using some prefabs where we say, okay, well, what does each of those symbols mean in Unity, and we get these dungeons, and we wrote a simple like player controller to walk around inside the dungeon. So I'll definitely be using this as well for our dungeon crawler. So, you know, sort of on theme with what we've been doing here. But yeah, crafting system's what we're doing. But we were taking, you wish ... Did we take the easy way out? What's the not easy way out? What's the not easy way out on this one? Because I'd be curious to know. You were saying I was taking the easy way out. What's the not easy way out? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to click on my item database, this checkbox. Yeah, here we go. The DIY way is the not easy way out. Yeah. Fooling myself by taking the easy way. I don't know which easy way you're referring to. All right, so the idea is that this is going to be the path that we start with. Can I put this here? Do I have to specify a new string array? New array, like that. So we're going to find the recipes in all of the subfolders is the idea here. Okay, so found the recipes in the subfolders. Autism says, but you're in the learning teaching process, so that's cool. Everyone else better get one of the crafting and map generator assets. Oh, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So this was a project. Someone said, hey, could you do this? And I thought that'd be cool. I was like, yeah, that'd be cool. Crafting recipes. Hang on, didn't I have? All right, so we have these 3 recipes in here. To test this out a little bit, let's make another one. And let's go back to our database. Open this up in properties. Scan for recipes. Boom, it finds it. Okay, so now my question is, let's make a, let's say sample item database. And we're gonna duplicate, maybe duplicate was the wrong button to press. Want to put this in here. Let's rename it. Other item database. And put this up here. And in this one, we're gonna have a different set of items. So we have an item. This will be our other database. And in here, let's come into our crafting recipes, and we'll get rid of these ones. Okay, and so now on this other database, when I find it, boom, it finds those. And in our sample, this one, if we were to clear this out, boom, it finds one. Cool, so we have it working. It recursively finds those things. Awesome. Autisms, can you recommend other streamers who stream game dev in Unity, specifically if they do tile-based games? Looking for devs, I can look over the shoulder and get ideas for tooling. Ooh. Specifically in Unity, this is a good question. I can think of 2 game devs off top. Seismosquake. I'd like to thank you for following Seismosquake. Thank you for following me. Seismosquake, welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So happy you are here at Captain Coders Academy, where we're learning, we're coding, and growing our skills as programmers. I'm not really a game developer, but Unity, we're just learning and growing. So ask any questions you might want to have, any question you might have, feel free to ask. Happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged here. That's how we learn and code and grow. I have a lot of things here in my changes. All right, so I'm going to delete this other database. Sample database here. Okay, let's do a commit. We done did it, folks. It's a lot of things changed because I renamed stuff. All right, so feet. We implemented scan for recipe assets. That's so awesome. I can't believe we got all of our tasks done today. That rarely happens. Can Any Mortal Kid says Adam C. Eunice does tile-based stuff. Cool. Tim Boudet is doing like tile-based racing game. Clayman Dev is doing a 3D game, not necessarily tile-based, but I could imagine him using your tool to build out some scenes and stuff. Cameron says, I need to sit down and flesh out all of the tile types for my Pawn Tycoon game. Ooh, Pawn Tycoon sounds awesome. Autistic Game says, I got the idea from based from Tim. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't... specifically, Unity is hard to say exactly. Maybe Thumbert Games. Thumbert Games doing like a racing game, so you could potentially do some tile-based stuff in that as well. But that's not like the main theme in that one. Feature, implement recipe scanner. Perfect. I'm so that's awesome. That's a Thumbert Games. Thumbert Games. Right there. Thumbert Games. We're getting on a drag race game, but that one's 3D, so potentially could use tiles in that. I don't think he has tiles defined, but it might be worth checking out in that case, though. Okay, I'm super happy with this. We finished our third goal here, and just in time, because I need to wrap up. I haven't had breakfast. I'm starving. So we're gonna go find someone to raid. For being here to witness this, we rarely do this. 50 points, because we just finished a task. All 32 of you, thank you for being here. And also 50, let's go at 100 points. We finished all of our goals today, folks. Happy Saturday, everybody. I'm super stoked. We will be back. We essentially have finished the crafting system. Tomorrow, we're just going to clean it up, make it nicer, see if we can package it up, maybe write a little documentation. But I'll be back tomorrow, same time, 7 a.m. Eastern, folks. So don't hesitate, keep coding, keep growing. Lamster991, Lamster991, I would like to thank you for following me. Lamster, thank you for joining the crew. Lamster, thanks so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. So happy you are here. Bob, Joe, Pie. I'd like to welcome you into this crew and thank you for all of your assistance today. Bob Joe, I like your name. Bob Joe, Pie. Bob Joe, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. We're gonna see if we can find someone to raid real quick. Let's see if anyone's on. Who we can raid, folks. But it's been a beautifully productive day. Been absolute joy being here with all of you. Let's see, who do we got? Let's see. Today, all right, so everybody, we got to raid ITC Studios because today's stream is brought to you by ITC Studios. So we're gonna go raid ITC Studios real quick before we do that. ITC Studios, folks, incredible indie game dev making a amazing pixel artist, 2D action adventure RPG called Anomaly. Be sure to give ITC Studios a follow, everybody. We're gonna go raid her, but click that heart button, give her some love, and then we're gonna hop over that. I gotta go eat some breakfast, folks. But thank you so much for hanging out with me. It's been an absolute blast, absolute joy. Have yourselves a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, folks. Take care.
Captain Coda, what? Thank you so much for the raid.